Chapter 1, Friday, September 26th. Hi, Mom, I say groggily. Are you okay? We usually talk on Sundays. I peer through the curtains above my bed. It's a clear early morning in Beverly Hills, California. I wonder what in the world, or in Cincinnati, happened to get Mom to call on day rates. Jeff was in an accident. How bad? His car went into a ravine and he suffered severe brain damage. He's in a coma. No. He'll be on the next flight. The doctors say he won't live through another night. She hesitates. There's no point in your coming until it's over. Why would Mom say such a thing? If there's anything I can do, I want to be there. Mary doesn't want you here. She actually said that. She told me to tell you not to come. If Mary and I could have done what each other wanted, we'd still be married. I'll call you as soon as I've booked a flight. Okay. We'll pick you up at the airport. Thank you. I love you. I love you, she replies sincerely and hangs up. Oh my God, I'm going to have to face the helplessness I felt when Jeff was an infant and I was 17, and the divorce with Mary at 19. I feel delirious. I flip open my personal phone directory and punch in the numbers. The lines are busy. A recorded voice answers. I check my pulse rate. It's faster. Although my heart and mind seem a little frenzied, I notice my adrenals haven't triggered panic in my body. Is my body protecting me from the inevitable? Can't death just leave me alone? I won't spend energy on that probability. Okay? Jeff will need lots of this. Is Sandy. May I help you? Hi, Sandy. What is your next flight leaving to Cincinnati? This is a life and death emergency. I wonder how corny that sounds and how often she's heard that line. My son's been in an accident. I'm sorry, she says timidly. I hear her computer keys clicking away. I drift into memory. Jeff was 1 month old. He had my blue eyes and my fairness when I was his age, with many of Mary's facial features. Mary sat in the rocker holding Jeff in her arms. Her thick, dark brown, wavy hair folded onto her shoulders. Her large brown eyes and full lips are flanked by high full cheekbones and jowls. Mary and Jeff rocked. He screamed. He pushed and twisted his face into the blouse covering Mary's breast. His scream pressed his lungs completely void of air, creating a vacuum. Then he desperately sucked in air as if suffocating. He released another blood-curdling scream and then gasped for air. He screamed again and again. Grieved and frustrated, Mary and I didn't know what to do for him. I'm still searching. Sandy's voice rescues me. But my thoughts keep churning. I remember Jeff screaming for hours, night after night. I turn my thoughts to life right after Jeff's conception. Like normal teenagers in love, Mary and I adored each other. She was a senior at Finneytown High and I was a junior. She was older than I. Our parents were understanding and supportive, which surprised me at the time. We married in another state and hid it from everybody because the school didn't allow married or pregnant students. Mary did sit-ups, wore sweaters and blouses that hung to hide her pregnancy. She graduated with honors in her 6th month. Within 4 weeks after that, her stomach bulged to the size of a basketball. Jeff was born the first week of my senior year. Surprisingly, the school faculty changed policy for me. They encouraged me to attend as a part-time student, allowing me to take only the courses necessary to graduate so I could work and tend to my family. Very little in my life was happy until I met Mary more than 2 years before Jeff was born. All of a sudden, encouragement came from everywhere. Margaret, Mary's mother, took care of Jeff while I was in school and Mary was at work. Margaret was strong, fun-loving, attractive and had reddish blonde hair. She hated to be called a redhead. Why, I still don't know. After school I'd get Jeff from Margaret. Jeff and I went home to our apartment in a lower middle-class suburb at a very small business intersection. We lived above a family billiards hall and I remember being comforted by the happy noises of people playing. After settling Jeff, it usually prepared dinner for the 3 of us. It gobbled down my share and rushed off to work the moment Mary walked in the door from work. She was a prized secretary for the electric company. I breaded and fried chicken and French fries in a short-order restaurant. I got home from work between 12 and 1 in the morning. Mary was often asleep in the rocker with Jeff fussing or asleep in her arms. I'd take over, hold him in my arms and rock. On a rare occasion I did some homework while I rocked him. Sometimes we alternated in 1 to 2 hour shifts, rocking Jeff through the night. Everybody except Margaret insisted we were spoiling him. Fear of spoiling the child was the mindset back then, so several times we let him cry in his crib. One time he screamed for 6.5 hours until we picked him up. We knew his pain was more than a need to be cuddled. We discovered our baby had severe colic. We gave him baby aspirin. They made him worse when the effects wore off. The doctors prescribed every infant milk formula on the market. None worked. Everything the doctors said and did not help him. I wish we had known then that if a mother is on a healthy diet, breastfeeding would have resolved the problem. The doctors steered us away from breastfeeding. The consciousness seemed to be that breastfeeding was unsanitary, primitive and disgusting. Consequently, Jeff suffered for 12 months. We suffered with him. It stopped for no apparent reason. The first available flight is 11 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. Sandra's voice snaps me back. Who's going to Cincinnati in late September? You, sir, she quips. I asked for that. Please put me on your standby call list for all flights and book me on the first available, please. My name's Aajonus Wonderplanitz. I spell it and Sandra's keys clicking away takes me back to when Jeff was 1 year old. Mary was aloof. What was it about childbirth that robbed Mary of her ceaseless optimism, humor, joy of life and sensuality? That thought constantly perplexed me. I didn't understand that it was biological. Not knowing enough about anything, I thought it was merely psychological. I pressured her to desire me the way she had before. She couldn't. I said hurtful things to her. It made things worse. All the chores and responsibilities of family life didn't make any sense anymore. After work, I began drinking with work buddies until 5 or 6 in the morning. During the days, I attended a breakthrough computer trade school. I got top grades in something other than art for the first time in my life. I began seeing one of the teachers after school. She was a single parent, divorced, 8 years my senior. She was lonely for affection, too. Do you want to schedule a return flight? Oh, yes. I have to be back next Wednesday late afternoon. What am I saying? Am I expecting a miracle in 5 days? I'll have to cancel my performance next Thursday. No. If I can't help Jeff, I'll need the distraction. Okay, Mr. Wonderplanitz. We'll call you if a seat opens. You'll have about 45 minutes to get to Los Angeles International Airport immediately after we call. So have your luggage ready. But for now your reservation going to Cincinnati is on flight as I write down the information. I remember Jeff's first portrait sitting. He was 6 months old. He sat on a cloth-covered table, clasping a small rubber ball between his chubby thighs. He laughed and giggled. The flash blinded him and he made a mean face. Just like his father, Mary jibed. I was teasingly blamed for all of his bad behavior. Jeff was a spirited, lively child once he got over colic. He was such a joy when he was feeling well, but then, most everyone is. When he got angry he would suck in his breath, puff himself up, turn red as a beet, clasp his fists at his sides and shake. Just like his father, Margaret rasped. I enjoyed hearing the phrase, just like his father, although I never held my hands stiffly at my sides and shook. Even Jeff's temper tantrums were cute and ludicrous. We shared the same favorite word, ludicrous, and we gave it a clownish connotation. Actually, it was one of the few words he spoke. By the time he was 2, when either of us tripped, we'd laugh and say, "That was sure ludicrous. Were you born yesterday?" He had a viable excuse. Everything was cheerfully ludicrous, except the change in Mary after childbirth. I had never seen Mary violent, and now she was spanking Jeff with the fleshwater and yelling at me. Often, I couldn't blame her for yelling at me. I deserted them. We divorced. I thank Cindy and hang up the phone. I begin planning for the battle. The enemy is huge, shrewd and powerful. I must put the enemy at bay so I can use my nutritional expertise to help Jeff heal. The enemy of Jeff's body's enemy is the medical profession's concepts and methods. I get up, get dressed, eat and drive to a health food store to get the survival supplies I know I won't find in stores outside of California. I reach for a 6-pound jar of unheated honey and place it in the handbasket. I know the glucose water that they are pumping into Jeff intravenously has no nutrients for healing. I know that his body is depleting the nutrients within himself, trying to heal. I've experienced that unheated honey has the nutrients to promote healing. I reach for another jar and a woman approaches me. Do you have a tribe of sweet tooths? She flirts, or am I flattering myself? She is definitely attractive. Her upper lip is slightly larger than the lower and quivers sensuously, unconsciously, when she's quiet and curls when she speaks. What am I thinking about? Just two, my son and I. Oh, have you been married long? Boy, is she fishing? I reach for a third jar and smile, am divorced. Storing up for the fall and winter. She asks merrily, I eat a jar or two a month. Aren't you afraid you'll get diabetes and your teeth'll rot? She gasps. Her persistence is charming, relaxing. If I were to eat heated honeys, I'd have diabetes again and dentures. I say, well, whenever I ate uncooked raw honey it imbalanced my blood sugar level. Like a roller coaster, I was full of energy for an hour or two and then I was deep in depression or falling asleep, she says argumentatively. Is she a lawyer? I want to turn this back into a conversation. My name is Aajonus, pronounced like homogeneous without the hum. Caught off balance, she titters, Aajonus. That's unusual. Imlinda. That's not. She finds it funnier than I do and laughs. She has a singer's airy rich laugh that makes us relax a bit more. I buy only honeys that are labeled unheated, or that say something like we do not heat this honey in processing. Honeys labeled raw or uncooked aren't the same, I clarify. She furrows her brow and looks at me as if I were a simpleton. What's the difference? She asks. I think of the many internal and external wounds I've seen heal rapidly with application and large consumption of unheated honeys, and how miraculously unheated honeys stimulate digestion. Okay, honeys labeled unheated can't be heated over beehive temperature on a hot day if that's 92.8 Fahrenheit. On hot days, bees fan the honey with their wings to keep the honey temperature below 92.8 Fahrenheit. In the body, 80–90% of unheated honey turns into enzymes for digestion, assimilation and utilization, whereas honeys that are labeled raw or uncooked can be heated, to which they do to thin the honey for quicker filtering and bottling for more profits. Raw or uncooked honeys mainly turn into radical blood sugar. Unheated is the key word with honey. You can eat as much unheated honey as you want, as long as you have a taste for it. As one gets fatter and fatter, she scoffs. That depends on what you eat and what the honey helps you digest and utilize. There is nothing wrong with being fat as long as you are healthy. But do I look fat? Your metabolism is different, she retorts. I used to get fat very easily and I would have to exercise 4 hours 5 days a week to stay as fit as I am now. I haven't exercised in 7 years, so I can't take credit for my fitness, except that I eat right for my body. She looks at my naturally developed body disbelievingly. Linda, I have to go. I'll give you my card. I'll be tied up for a couple of weeks. Sounds like fun. Can I play, too? I must seem naive because I'm turning red. I hand her my business card. She reads it and says, Now I understand, you are a nutritionist. Yes. I've enjoyed talking with you, but I must go. Linda. Bye. Bye. I walk over to the dairy section and remember that I'm supposed to speak at a group meeting tonight about my experience with cancer. I consider cancelling as I place 8 1-pound packages of unsalted certified raw butter in the basket. I decide to go to the meeting, so time will pass faster. The distraction could relieve some of my anxiety about not being able to get to Jeff sooner. I glance over my shoulder and spot Linda watching me. As I walk past her, she joins me. How much raw butter do you eat? I chuckle. You don't want to know. 4 tablespoons a day. You asked for it. 8 to 16 tablespoons a day. She gives me an pathological look and starts to say something, but I intercede. Like unheated honey, although the labeling requirements are different, raw butter hasn't been heated above a cow's normal body temperature. Raw fat, like raw butter, cleanses, lubricates, protects and fuels the body easily, whereas heated and pasteurized fat often store as cellulite or other hard-to-use or non-utilizable waxy fat. I place the items on the checkout and pay. Call me in a couple of weeks if you want to try my nutritional logic and see if it works for your body. I think you are out of your mind, she says, utterly deadpan. Is that a compliment, Linda? Outside of the store, I punch in my voice box number on the pay phone. It plays back a message. Hi, sweetheart. I got your message about Jeff, Beatrice's voice says and pauses for the right words. I'm sorry. Call me from Cincinnati and let me know how he is. I'll miss you. I love you. Bye. Chapter 1. Friday, September 26th. Hi, Mom. I say groggily. Are you okay? We usually talk on Sundays. I peer through the curtains above my bed. It's a clear early morning in Beverly Hills, California. I wonder what in the world, or in Cincinnati, happened to get Mom to call on day rates. Jeff was in an accident. How bad? His car went into a ravine and he suffered severe brain damage. He's in a coma. No. He'll be on the next flight. The doctors say he won't live through another night. She hesitates. There's no point in your coming until it's over. Why would Mom say such a thing? If there's anything I can do, I want to be there. Mary doesn't want you here. She actually said that. She told me to tell you not to come. If Mary and I could have done what each other wanted, we'd still be married. I'll call you as soon as I've booked a flight. Okay. We'll pick you up at the airport. Thank you. I love you. I love you, she replies sincerely and hangs up. Oh my God, I'm going to have to face the helplessness I felt when Jeff was an infant and I was 17, and the divorce with Mary at 19. I feel delirious. I flip open my personal phone directory and punch in the numbers. The lines are busy. A recorded voice answers. I check my pulse rate. It's faster. Although my heart and mind seem a little frenzied, I notice my adrenals haven't triggered panic in my body. Is my body protecting me from the inevitable? Can't death just leave me alone? I won't spend energy on that probability. Okay? Jeff will need lots of this. Is Sandy. May I help you? Hi, Sandy. What is your next flight leaving to Cincinnati? This is a life and death emergency. I wonder how corny that sounds and how often she's heard that line. My son's been in an accident. I'm sorry, she says timidly. I hear her computer keys clicking away. I drift into memory. Jeff was 1 month old. He had my blue eyes and my fairness when I was his age, with many of Mary's facial features. Mary sat in the rocker holding Jeff in her arms. Her thick, dark brown, wavy hair folded onto her shoulders. Her large brown eyes and full lips are flanked by high full cheekbones and jowls. Mary and Jeff rocked. He screamed. He pushed and twisted his face into the blouse covering Mary's breast. His scream pressed his lungs completely void of air, creating a vacuum. Then he desperately sucked in air as if suffocating. He released another blood-curdling scream and then gasped for air. He screamed again and again. Grieved and frustrated, Mary and I didn't know what to do for him. I'm still searching. Sandy's voice rescues me. But my thoughts keep churning. I remember Jeff screaming for hours, night after night. I turned my thoughts to life right after Jeff's conception. Like normal teenagers in love, Mary and I adored each other. She was a senior at Finneytown High and I was a junior. She was older than I. Our parents were understanding and supportive, which surprised me at the time. We married in another state and hid it from everybody because the school didn't allow married or pregnant students. Mary did sit-ups, wore sweaters and blouses that hung to hide her pregnancy. She graduated with honors in her 6th month. Within 4 weeks after that, her stomach bulged to the size of a basketball. Jeff was born the first week of my senior year. Surprisingly, the school faculty changed policy for me. They encouraged me to attend as a part-time student, allowing me to take only the courses necessary to graduate so I could work and tend to my family. Very little in my life was happy until I met Mary more than 2 years before Jeff was born. All of a sudden, encouragement came from everywhere. Margaret, Mary's mother, took care of Jeff while I was in school and Mary was at work. Margaret was strong, fun-loving, attractive and had reddish blonde hair. She hated to be called a redhead. Why, I still don't know. After school I'd get Jeff from Margaret. Jeff and I went home to our apartment in a lower middle-class suburb at a very small business intersection. We lived above a family billiards hall and I remember being comforted by the happy noises of people playing. After settling Jeff, it usually prepared dinner for the 3 of us. It gobbled down my share and rushed off to work the moment Mary walked in the door from work. She was a prized secretary for the electric company. I breaded and fried chicken and French fries in a short-order restaurant. I got home from work between 12 and 1 in the morning. Mary was often asleep in the rocker with Jeff fussing or asleep in her arms. I'd take over, hold him in my arms and rock. On a rare occasion I did some homework while I rocked him. Sometimes we alternated in 1 to 2 hour shifts, rocking Jeff through the night. Everybody except Margaret insisted we were spoiling him. Fear of spoiling the child was the mindset back then, so several times we let him cry in his crib. One time he screamed for 6.5 hours until we picked him up. We knew his pain was more than a need to be cuddled. We discovered our baby had severe colic. We gave him baby aspirin. They made him worse when the effects wore off. The doctors prescribed every infant milk formula on the market. None worked. Everything the doctors said and did not help him. I wish we had known then that if a mother is on a healthy diet, breastfeeding would have resolved the problem. The doctors steered us away from breastfeeding. The consciousness seemed to be that breastfeeding was unsanitary, primitive and disgusting. Consequently, Jeff suffered for 12 months. We suffered with him. It stopped for no apparent reason. The first available flight is 11 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. Sandy's voice snaps me back. Who's going to Cincinnati in late September? You, sir, she quips. I asked for that. Please put me on your standby call list for all flights and book me on the first available, please. My name's Aajonus Wonderplanitz. I spell it and Sandy's keys clicking away takes me back to when Jeff was 1 year old. Mary was aloof. What was it about childbirth that robbed Mary of her ceaseless optimism, humor, joy of life and sensuality? That thought constantly perplexed me. I didn't understand that it was biological. Not knowing enough about anything, I thought it was merely psychological. I pressured her to desire me the way she had before. She couldn't. I said hurtful things to her. It made things worse. All the chores and responsibilities of family life didn't make any sense anymore. After work, I began drinking with work buddies until 5 or 6 in the morning. During the days, I attended a breakthrough computer trade school. I got top grades in something other than art for the first time in my life. I began seeing one of the teachers after school. She was a single parent, divorced, 8 years my senior. She was lonely for affection, too. Do you want to schedule a return flight? Oh, yes, I have to be back next Wednesday late afternoon. What am I saying? Am I expecting a miracle in 5 days? I'll have to cancel my performance next Thursday. No, if I can't help Jeff, I'll need the distraction. Okay, Mr. Wonderplanitz. We'll call you if a seat opens. You'll have about 45 minutes to get to Los Angeles International Airport immediately after we call. So have your luggage ready, but for now your reservation going to Cincinnati is on flight as I write down the information. I remember Jeff's first portrait sitting. He was 6 months old. He sat on a cloth-covered table, clasping a small rubber ball between his chubby thighs. He laughed and giggled. The flash blinded him and he made a mean face. Just like his father, Mary jibed. I was teasingly blamed for all of his bad behavior. Jeff was a spirited, lively child once he got over colic. He was such a joy when he was feeling well, but then, most everyone is. When he got angry he would suck in his breath, puff himself up, turn red as a beet, clasp his fists at his sides and shake. Just like his father, Margaret rasped. I enjoyed hearing the phrase, just like his father, although I never held my hands stiffly at my sides and shook. Even Jeff's temper tantrums were cute and ludicrous. We shared the same favorite word, ludicrous, and we gave it a clownish connotation. Actually, it was one of the few words he spoke. By the time he was 2, when either of us tripped, we'd laugh and say, "That was sure ludicrous. Were you born yesterday?" He had a viable excuse. Everything was cheerfully ludicrous, except the change in Mary after childbirth. I had never seen Mary violent, and now she was spanking Jeff with the fleshwater and yelling at me. Often, I couldn't blame her for yelling at me. I deserted them. We divorced. I thank Sunday and hang up the phone. I begin planning for the battle. The enemy is huge, shrewd and powerful. I must put the enemy at bay so I can use my nutritional expertise to help Jeff heal. The enemy is Jeff's body's enemy is the medical profession's concepts and methods. I get up, get dressed, eat and drive to a health food store to get the survival supplies I know I won't find in stores outside of California. I reach for a 6-pound jar of unheated honey and place it in the handbasket. I know the glucose water that they are pumping into Jeff intravenously has no nutrients for healing. I know that his body is depleting the nutrients within himself, trying to heal. I've experienced that unheated honey has the nutrients to promote healing. I reach for another jar and a woman approaches me. "Do you have a tribe of sweet tooths?" She flirts, or am I flattering myself? She is definitely attractive. Her upper lip is slightly larger than the lower and quivers sensuously, unconsciously, when she's quiet and curls when she speaks. What am I thinking about? Just 2, my son and I. Oh, have you been married long? Boy, is she fishing? I reach for a 3rd jar and smile, am divorced. Storing up for the fall and winter. She asks merrily, I eat a jar or 2 a month. Aren't you afraid you'll get diabetes and your teeth'll rot? She gasps. Her persistence is charming, relaxing. If I were to eat heated honeys, I'd have diabetes again and dentures. I say, well, whenever I ate uncooked raw honey, it imbalanced my blood sugar level. Like a roller coaster, I was full of energy for an hour or 2 and then I was deep in depression or falling asleep, she says argumentatively. Is she a lawyer? I want to turn this back into a conversation. My name is Aajonus, pronounced like homogeneous without the hum. Caught off balance, she titters, Aajonus. That's unusual. Imlinda. That's not. She finds it funnier than I do and laughs. She has a singer's airy rich laugh that makes us relax a bit more. I buy only honeys that are labeled unheated, or that say something like we do not heat this honey in processing. Honeys labeled raw or uncooked aren't the same, I clarify. She furrows her brow and looks at me as if I were a simpleton. What's the difference? She asks. I think of the many internal and external wounds I've seen heal rapidly with application and large consumption of unheated honeys, and how miraculously unheated honeys stimulate digestion. Okay, honeys labeled unheated can't be heated over beehive temperature on a hot day if that's 92.8 Fahrenheit. On hot days, bees fan the honey with their wings to keep the honey temperature below 92.8 Fahrenheit. In the body, 80–90% of unheated honey turns into enzymes for digestion, assimilation and utilization, whereas honeys that are labeled raw or uncooked can be heated, to which they do to thin the honey for quicker filtering and bottling for more profits. Raw or uncooked honeys mainly turn into radical blood sugar. Unheated is the key word with honey. You can eat as much unheated honey as you want, as long as you have a taste for it. As one gets fatter and fatter, she scoffs. That depends on what you eat and what the honey helps you digest and utilize. There is nothing wrong with being fat as long as you are healthy. But do I look fat? Your metabolism is different, she retorts. I used to get fat very easily, and I would have to exercise 4 hours 5 days a week to stay as fit as I am now. I haven't exercised in 7 years, so I can't take credit for my fitness, except that I eat right for my body. She looks at my naturally developed body disbelievingly. Linda, I have to go. I'll give you my card. I'll be tied up for a couple of weeks. Sounds like fun. Can I play, too? I must seem naive because I'm turning red. I hand her my business card. She reads it and says, "Now I understand, you are a nutritionist." Yes. I've enjoyed talking with you, but I must go, Linda. Bye. I walk over to the dairy section and remember that I'm supposed to speak at a group meeting tonight about my experience with cancer. I consider cancelling as I place 8 1-pound packages of unsalted certified raw butter in the basket. I decide to go to the meeting, so time will pass faster. The distraction could relieve some of my anxiety about not being able to get to Jeff sooner. I glance over my shoulder and spot Linda watching me. As I walk past her, she joins me. "How much raw butter do you eat?" I chuckle. "You don't want to know. 4 tablespoons a day." "You asked for it." 8 to 16 tablespoons a day. She gives me an pathological look and starts to say something, but I intercede. Like unheated honey, although the labeling requirements are different, raw butter hasn't been heated above a cow's normal body temperature. Raw fat, like raw butter, cleanses, lubricates, protects and fuels the body easily, whereas heated and pasteurized fat often store as cellulite or other hard-to-use or non-utilizable waxy fat. I place the items on the checkout and pay. Call me in a couple of weeks if you want to try my nutritional logic and see if it works for your body. "I think you are out of your mind," she says, utterly deadpan. Is that a compliment, Linda? Outside of the store, I punch in my voice box number on the pay phone. It plays back a message. "Hi, sweetheart. I got your message about Jeff," Beatrice's voice says and pauses for the right words. "I'm sorry. Call me from Cincinnati and let me know how he is. I'll miss you. I love you." Bye. Chapter 2. I feel as if my muscles, like my thoughts, are stirred up. I can't sleep. I thank whoever invented flannel sheets. The softness feels comforting. The digital clock reads hour. I rise and go to the kitchen. I pass by my packed luggage at the door. A tinge of fear rushes up my chest. The lonely luggage makes the unknown so foreboding. I spread a slice of French bread with the 4 tablespoons of unsalted raw butter to calm me down while thoughts of Jeff keep coming. It's been 9 years since I've thought about Jeff this much. How little I know him. I left Mary for the second and last time a few months after Jeff's first birthday. For the next year, Jeff and I were together on Sundays, or for weekends. I graduated from computer programming trade school, and in September, 2 months after the divorce, I moved to Los Angeles to pursue a degree in architecture. I'll never forget the day before I left. Jeff's second birthday was 6 days away. I had bought him a swing and slide set. Mary and Jeff were living with her parents in a two-bedroom house in a lower middle-class neighborhood. Willie, Mary's father, and I were building the set in the backyard. Willie, or Pawpaw as Jeff called him, was about 5 feet 4 inches tall with black hair receding on either side of his widow's peak. He was very shy, a gentle man. When he smiled with his large mouth, his head tilted shyly, playfully. Jeff loved to swing and slide. He bounced, danced, laughed, shrieked and giggled around us because he couldn't wait for Willie and me to finish building the swing. Finally, when it was built, Willie, Margaret and I stood watching Mary swing Jeff. She pushed him too hard once and Jeff swung too high. His eyes opened wide, his arms stiffened, his hands gripped the chains tighter and his mouth made a donut shape. He lost his breath. When he swung back down he giggled, relieved had made it okay. He dragged his feet enough to slow himself down and took a deep breath. "I guess that was too high for you, ho budgie," Mary said. Jeff nodded dramatically. He swung forward again and his mouth took on the donut shape, fearing that he might sail too high. He didn't and he laughed. Mary did too. We all laughed. Mary and Jeff had similar mouths and they had the largest smiles, after Willie's. Once again I wanted to ask Mary to come with me to California, but I knew she'd refuse. No one could guess which way I wanted things from one week to the next, especially me. It came time to say goodbyes and I stooped down to Jeff. "You're the man of the house now. You take care of Mommy, okay? You be back, Daddy, soon." He smiled real big. "No, sweetheart, Dad is going to the other side of the world, sort of. I'll only be able to see you about every 6 months or so. I'm going away to school in California." He cried. I cried. Even Margaret cried. We all hugged and I left. I didn't return for 2 years. I rise from the dining table and return to the kitchen. I have a taste for something sweet. I get some unheated honey, fresh strawberries and cream to help my digestion and raise my blood sugar level to a happy balance. I take a drink of the raw cream, dip a strawberry in the honey and take a bite. I remember that Jeff and I had been together on only 4 separate occasions since the swing set and we rarely spoke on the phone. I recall that the first of the 4 occasions was in August. Jeff was 4. I had a form of leukemia called multiple myeloma, cancer of bone and blood. I had already undergone surgery for an ulcer. 3 months later I received radiation therapy because the scar was keloidal. 4 months after radiation I was diagnosed with leukemia. I was told that I would die by Christmas. I was supposed to have begun chemotherapy that August. I postponed it until September because my family was having a reunion. I didn't want them to know about my illness because back then most people were afraid that somehow cancer was catching like the Black Plague. Mom had a weak heart and had suffered a heart attack when I was 10 or 11. Telling her I was dying could have killed her, and men in my family were expected to be strong and tough. Because I had always been sickly, I put on a tough front. The clan gathered in Cincinnati from all over the continental United States. I thought I was seeing everyone for the last time. I hid the radiation therapy burns under my clothes. As I was driving to get Jeff to bring him to the reunion, I noticed a tall dark-haired father holding the hand of his golden-haired son. They walked along the sidewalk. Drops of joy filled my eyes because I would soon be holding Jeff's hand. The father was a giant compared to his son, but gentle. He carefully moved at the pace of the boy's little steps. I held back more tears. I thought red eyes would look unattractive and immature to Mary. I arrived at the large apartment complex, parked and walked to Mary's apartment. She greeted me courteously. We both felt awkward. I was especially uncomfortable because I hadn't had enough time to adjust to the fact that Mary had remarried over a year ago. Mom wanted to protect me and had told me only a week ago. I blushed, facing Mary and thinking that several months ago I had asked her to move to Los Angeles so we could be together. Mary didn't tell me then she had remarried. I hid the pain, but, oh God, I was wounded. Jeff will be here any minute. He and Ben went for a walk, Mary said. The door opened behind me and in walked the gentle gent and the golden-haired boy, Jeff. This is Ben. Mary smiled proudly, introducing her husband, and Jeff's new father. My heart sunk. Ben must have been 6'4", dark, rugged-looking and very handsome. I felt like drab wallpaper. Ben immediately let his head drop shyly, painfully. He left the room without a word. I could see the fear and hurt he felt with me coming to take Jeff for the day. Jeff called him Dad now. My presence was changing all of that. I felt like a stomach. Do you remember him? Mary asked Jeff as I crouched down to greet him. Jeff's face winced as he tried to remember but didn't. I was crushed. Here is a change of shirt in case he makes a mess, Mary gestured to break the awkward moment. No bag with diapers and bottles and all, I said playfully. I tried to appear unaffected. Yes, it's been a long time, she said, somewhat scolding me. But I could see she was relieved that Jeff didn't remember me. In my mind I could hear her telling Ben as soon as we walked out the door, see? Jeff didn't even remember him. And knowing that Jeff's not remembering me was going to mean some solace to Ben, gave me some solace. At the reunion, I set Jeff free to play with several cousins, aunts and uncles. Then, when I thought I was emotionally detached enough, I played with him. We tossed a ball and frisbee. I tickled him. We giggled. I swung him around and laughed, until we were exhausted. It was time to drive him home, but he wanted to stay. That made it a great day. We parked in the lot outside Mary and Ben's apartment. We giggled. I swung him around and laughed, until we were exhausted. It was time to drive him home, but he wanted to stay. That made it a great day. We parked in the lot outside Mary and Ben's apartment. Jeff wanted to get out with me on the driver's side. Just as he was about to put his arms around my neck for me to lift him, he said, "You helped Pawpaw put up my swing." A wave of joy passed through me. He hugged me very tightly. It appears Jeff's head went partially through the driver's side of the windshield when his car flew down the ravine and hit a tree. The car spun and jolted him back inside. The car hit another tree and Jeff's head went through the passenger's side of the windshield. The car spun and hit the ground at the rear end, jolting him back into the front seat. Finally, the car smashed into another tree on the passenger's side. His head went completely through the passenger's door window. His body was found draped over the car door. Mum's words echo in my head. I lay down on the still warm flannel sheets. Will I be as unable to help Jeff as I was when he was an infant? Will I become hostile, wanting to help but not knowing how? Will I be able to confront the medical professionals who'll think him a fanatic? Jeff is an accident victim. I haven't dealt with any serious accident victims. Yet, healing is healing, I remind myself. I know what the body needs to heal itself. Chapter 3. I'm in a tornado like Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz. 4 doctors, who are circling around me, direct me to go with them. I sense ill meet death. Their voices sound like the ringing of only one giant gong. The deep echoing sound emanates from all 4 of their mouths, quadraphonically. It makes my heart pound until I think it'll burst from my chest. It's odd that the ringing doesn't disturb my ears and head, only my heart. I refuse to go with the doctors. Suddenly they all wilt and die. I am happy I didn't go with them, but the ringing continues and my heart pounds. I become aware that the phone is ringing and I reach for it. I anticipate that the airline has an earlier flight. Then I realize it is already morning. I lift the receiver. I remember my dream and the fear of death. I dread what the voice will say. Hello. This is your mother. Hi, my voice cracks. It's pouring here and I thought you should bring your boots and a raincoat. I have lots of umbrellas if you need one. Please. Mum, don't greet me with, "This is your mother," I want to say. She seemed apprehensive, as if she were going to tell me Jeff is dead. It scared me. I take a deep breath and calm down. I recall her umbrellas being flowered, bright and feminine. Thanks, Mum. I'll bring a coat and my own umbrella. I take another deep breath. Have you seen Jeff at all? I'm waiting until you get here and we'll all go together. I called the hospital and talked with the head nurse. She said the doctors all agree his signs are worsening. Too much water has collected in his brain and there's no hope he'll pull through with this kind of brain damage. She takes a breath. I just want you to be prepared. We'll see you this afternoon. We say goodbye. I have avoided Jeff since he was 2 years old. I have been afraid of getting attached and losing him again. Have I lost all chance to get to know him? The alarm goes off and jolts me back to the physical world. I rise and go to the couch. I stretch and lean my head against the arm. I cross my feet tightly. I hug a pillow. Okay, Mom's a nurse. Like most nurses, what she knows is what the doctors know. Whether from illness or injury, medical science believes that virus and germs, like bacteria, cause disease. That is their germ theory. They believe that germs are enemies of healing. The standard approach is to attack virus and germs, bacteria and other microbes with medical drugs and poisons to stop them. These drugs simultaneously attack, destroy and deteriorate the body. Drugs are like bombs. They most often kill, cripple, harm or destroy everything within their influence. They cause subtle or obvious mutations. The least harm that they do is create imbalances. Medical science ignores that bacteria inspires healing and that drugs kill bacteria, and therefore, that drugs prevent healing. My approach is that bacteria, yeast, mold and virus are all part of a natural process for detoxification. Bacteria, yeast, mold and virus decompose body obstructions, such as dead or weak cells and tissue. When the body has too many obstructions, it has disease. The body encourages the detoxification process so it can cleanse itself of accumulated wastes that cause weaknesses, or damaged tissue in cases of injury. They also dissolve and eliminate foreign substances, like rust from taking iron supplements. That is, if the body is fed the proper nutrients during and after the detoxification processes. For example, colds and flu are like changing the oil and flushing a car's radiator. If the body is allowed to take its course with colds and flu several times a year, or whenever necessary, an increase in health is the natural result. That is, if at the same time one feeds his or her body good nutrients. For instance, oranges and/or bananas blended with raw eggs, raw dairy fats and unheated honey. A smoothie, however, if these cleansing and renewing processes are interfered with or stopped by using medication, the body advances faster toward deterioration, aging and disease. I remind myself that instead of attacking the body, I see appendix, page, nurture it. I feel comforted that Jeff's doctor's prognosis isn't based on what I know, and that Jeff is still alive. I will work with Jeff's body to cleanse the dead and damaged tissues, and to regenerate new cells to replace them. I am sitting at a window seat not far from first class on this early morning flight to Cincinnati. I am facing the partition wall that separates the classes. It reminds me for a moment of the Wailing Wall in Israel. I feel a little claustrophobic. Will I celebrate life? Or will I be wailing for the dead? I have to stop thinking like that. I feel excited by the gravitational pull as we climb. I notice outside the portal window that the smog isn't too bad on this golden sunlit Los Angeles morning. With amusement, I take it as a good omen. We loop over the Pacific Ocean. The plane levels off in the direction of our destination. The flight attendants push their carts down the aisles. It's Saturday, 4 days from October, a time that marks a measurable decline of tourists in Los Angeles. The thought comes that I am a tourist visiting Earth. Whenever I talk to someone who doesn't know me about my view on health and my lifestyle, I'm considered bonkers. I look around me and I see so much bodily suffering. I feel compassion for the people I see who aren't happy because they lack health. An unhappy-looking woman wheezes, then swallows 3 pills. At least 7 people are already drinking or being served alcohol. I recall when years ago I drank to relax and feel good. I couldn't go to sleep at night without drinking a bottle of bourbon or gin. I was 19 years old and had been living in Los Angeles 6 months. I was making good money. I yearned for Mary and Jeff, even though I knew I was too emotionally distorted to make family life work to anyone's benefit. So I partied a lot and enjoyed freedom from all responsibilities except work and child support. I wouldn't admit alcohol was affecting my work and studies, and I ignored the symptoms that it was hurting my body. It relaxed my memories and guilt. I think about Jeff being in the hospital and I recall my advent into cancer. It was a Sunday night in March, 1 month from my 20th birthday. I had just returned from a weekend in Tijuana, Mexico, with friends. I was dizzy from drink. I stood over my toilet to urinate. I became dizzier and nauseous. As I collapsed to my knees, I whacked my penis on the cold porcelain. I remember I had been accident-prone as a child. A surge from my stomach curled my body and put my face in the toilet. Blood trailed with the vomit. The doctor pointed to a very dark spot on my X-ray. It's probably only an ulcer. You are too young and strong to have cancer. Don't let looks fool you. How do we find out? It's an ulcer, he decided, and well treated. After 6 months of drinking bottle after bottle of Maalox, I decided I should have stock in pharmaceuticals. Instead of being addicted to alcohol, I was addicted to chalky Maalox. Maalox didn't have the good taste and didn't give me the feeling that alcohol did. I was sure that if I died, a chalk factory would make a fortune with my remains. In November, I was looking upward from an operating table. The ceiling was blurred and I was becoming unconscious from anesthetic, going into surgery to remedy my stomach ulcer. After recovering enough from surgery, the doctors had said, I received radiation therapy for 5 or 6, or was it 10 weeks? My memory went into a slump during my year of cancer therapies and has never fully recovered. After returning from the August family reunion, I underwent chemotherapy for leukemia for my blood and bone cancers. With each chemo session I got sicker. Finally, after 3 months of the treatments, I wouldn't tolerate it. That was 18 years ago. I was only 21, but I remember as if it were yesterday. The cancer's not responding to the chemotherapy either. Well, try again in 3 weeks. Goldman said matter-of-factly. Doctor, I seem to be missing the point here. Let's retrace what's happened to me. I had a stomach ulcer. I had surgery to correct it. As a result of the surgery, I haven't been able to digest anything very well. Food seems to just sit in my digestive tract. I have lost my sexual drive. If I happen to have an orgasm, it can be extremely painful. How in the world was my penis affected by stomach surgery? I don't know, he said. I thought for a moment and then continued. I have terrible acne, the one common problem I have never had before. My waistline has gone from 28 to 34 inches, and I have redeveloped very painful muscle spasms around my heart. Then I had radiation therapy to stop the colloidal tissue from growing. As a result of the radiation, I have burns that are mainly scar tissue. My spine is cauterized and I can barely turn to either side, and I am always painful. I now have psoriasis and bursitis. I have inflamed, sore and bleeding gums. I have come down with chronic weakness, exhaustion and joint pains. I couldn't, and still can't even lift a large dictionary with my right arm because my shoulder and elbow ache so badly. My knees ache too. They are always cold and numb. We'll continue the treatments because there's always a chance we can stop the cancer from doing any more damage, he said. Please, listen, I'm leading to something. Then I was diagnosed with cancer of the blood and bones. I am receiving chemotherapy. As a result, I'm as pale as a ghost. I vomit no matter what I try to eat. I can't be away from a toilet for 5 minutes without a diaper. I'm bloated from head to toe. My acne is so bad that a film director friend described my face as looking like raw hamburger. I have only a few sparse patches of hair and it's graying like I'm an old man. My teeth are rotting. My diabetes is worse. Homicidal and suicidal thoughts plague me. Your anxiety and anger are side effects of the chemotherapy. It's normal, he interjects. Normal. Yesterday, I heard one of the biology professors say that radiation, especially radiation therapy, transforms certain body substances into toxins that are cancer-causing. Why would you treat colloidal tissue with a treatment that causes cancer? It's like fighting fire with fire, he said, smiling. Isn't that like burning down the forest to save the forest? There is no other way to stop the formation of colloidal tissue or cancer. Disease is not nice. You can't treat it nicely, he argued. I also heard the professor say that for every one cancer cell that chemotherapy kills, at least 1 billion healthy cells are killed. I thought about that statistic and derived this analogy. If 4 humans were declared cancerous to the human race, the medical profession would be willing to kill 4 billion people, the entire population on Earth, in order to destroy only 3 or 4 individuals. That's an extreme and barbaric perspective, don't you think? I'm trying to give you more time to live, he said, annoyed. Doctor, as a result, I have cancer. I didn't have cancer before receiving the cancer-causing therapies. I merely had an ulcer. I feel like the walking dead. Food doesn't taste good. Nothing pleases me anymore. Why didn't you tell me my quality of life and disposition would be miserable? That it'd be a semi-invalid as a side effect of the treatments? Why didn't you stress that the side effects would be 100 times worse than cancer when you frightened me into taking your therapies? And now I'm going to die anyway. I'm sorry. It isn't possible to predict how anyone will react, he said belligerently. That doesn't make sense. Yesterday I studied the side effects in the physician's desk reference and books on radiation research. All of mine and 100 more side effects are listed. You never showed me any list. And the physician's desk reference is right there on your shelf. Do you admit that the radiation treatment for colloidal tissue gave me blood and bone cancer? Look, there's still a small chance that your cancer will respond to the chemotherapy. Did you hear what I just said? I know how you must feel, he said. Finally I realized that medical methods are barbaric. Surgery is butchering. Radiation is burning. Chemotherapy is poisoning. Why didn't it dawn on me before? Doctor, have you ever been cut and burned and poisoned to help you get well from cancer? No. I threatened to sue because the doctors didn't tell me that the therapies would kill much more of me than would any cancer. I would have taken my chances with cancer. Several attorneys said the doctors would all testify that I was dying anyway and that I had signed a release. How can they get away with that? I wondered. 1 month later, I discovered several successful alternative methods for healing cancer. All of them were pleasant by comparison, but because the doctors had said all the alternatives were hoaxes, I hadn't bothered to investigate them. Education, religion, the media and government taught me to revere doctors. The doctors could deceive and frighten me, slowly and painfully kill me, get paid handsomely for it and go to heaven for good intent. It didn't make any sense. Because I was left disabled, I couldn't afford child support. Ben adopted Jeff. Please fasten your seat belts. We are beginning our descent to Cincinnati Airport. Thank you for joining us, and we hope I ignore the pilot as I look over the rain-glistening, rich green landscape of Kentucky. I wonder why it is called the Greater Cincinnati Airport when it's across the river at Stringtown, Kentucky. I suppose that if it were named the Stringtown Airport no one would ever fly there. The sun emerges through the passing rain clouds. I'm so close to Jeff. A tingling rushes over my heart and into my spine. Chapter 4. Saturday afternoon, September 26th. I see Mum and Dad smiling, standing just beyond the crowd as I follow the procession through the terminal gate. Ever since Mum and Dad stopped worrying and began trusting me to make the right decisions for myself, I have been relaxed and happy to see them. I'm surprised at how much they have aged since I saw them 2 years ago. Or does it seem more so because most of the people I see regularly are more or less on my type of diet? Raw diets slow down the normal aging process or reverse it altogether. Gad, I wonder, would that have sounded pompous to anyone who hadn't experienced it? Or do Mom and Dad look older because I have been reliving my past and remembering them much younger? Dad looks and always has looked inherently physically stronger than Mom. I imagine him as a child on the dairy farm where he grew healthfully with fresh food, raw dairy products and hard work. He is definitely healthier than his father, who was raised in Brooklyn in the mid-19th century when it was difficult to get fresh foods in large cities. Grandfather suffered crippling arthritis and strokes, and died in his 60s. Amazingly, Mom's wearing slacks. This is the first time she's greeted me informally at an airport. I'm delighted she feels that relaxed. Looking into her eyes, I realize she has always had a stronger balanced will and more self-esteem than Dad. I deduce that's because, as a girl, she successfully raised 6 of her 12 brothers and sisters while Viola, her mother, tended their drugstore where Mom's father was the pharmacist. Mom and I embrace and her hand automatically pats my back. I recall being an infant receiving that caring touch. Her perfume hides the nice smell of her body that I remember loving as an infant. Her salt and pepper orphan Annie hair tickles the side of my face and I giggle. The hug ends and I become an adult again, instantly. I turn to Dad and see that his wavy grey hair still has a trace of black remaining. Apart from his large stomach, he looks fitter than most of his peers. We hug and his squeeze feels encouraging, different from when I was a child. But then, I can't remember him hugging me after I was 3. I was probably somewhat of an embarrassment to him. I think the first time he was unforgettably impressed with me was 6 years ago. He watched me give an 8-hour seminar on nutrition. As we drive by downtown Cincinnati, nothing looks familiar to me. I try to keep my mind from anxious thoughts about Jeff. I notice autumn settling in. The leaves are turning. 10 miles farther, we pass the exit that would have taken us to Finneytown. I lived there from ages 7 through 18. I remember how grueling the cold weather was on me here. Like a hibernating bear, I would have slept through it if I could have. When I got a cold or flu, it lasted 1 to 3 months, daily. I would fill 2 to 5 handkerchiefs until they were sopping wet. They made my pockets wet and me colder. I realize how much I enjoy cold weather now that I am healthy. And when I get a cold or flu, it lasts only 30 minutes to 3 days. Is there a health food store on the way to the hospital? I ask. I'd like to buy some eggs, papayas and bananas. I don't know if they carry eggs, Mom says apologetically. Could we stop and see, please? Sure, Dad encourages. We do. They have eggs and the fruit I need. Mom points to Mercy Hospital. It's a small modern 4-story building alone near the top of a green rolling hill. We pull into the parking lot. In a matter of moments we will be facing Jeff. I seem to be ready for the battle ahead. Surprisingly, I feel calm and strong. Maybe it is my years. Also, because I no longer see doctors as my enemy. Doctors have not had power over my mind and body for 1.5 decades. But they see Jeff's body as a battleground. They are attacking it. I will defend him. It dawns on me that Jeff is Mom and Dad's first grandchild. I look at them and they look rigid, like foot soldiers wearing armor. They are protecting their feelings. I wonder if my wisdom and strength are enough to protect mine. I leave my blender and food in the car and we walk toward the hospital. The smell of wet grass and drying pavement remind me of the damp day I entered a hospital for my first traumatic stay. A chill passes through me. It was early spring, the week before my 12th birthday. I had had a near-fatal reaction to my final polio vaccine. The vaccine caused an acute intestinal infection, deadly peritonitis. The doctors misdiagnosed my condition as appendicitis. I underwent emergency surgery. The doctors found my appendix normal. They removed it anyway, in case it would cause you problems in the future, the doctor said. Now was the 3rd night after my appendectomy. The doctors hadn't properly diagnosed my problem. They never did. I still had fevers of 104. They packed me in ice, an agonizing process to bring down the fever and prevent brain damage. I was in tremendous pain from the shots I received every 3 hours for infection or pain. Already I had had 8 shots in each arm, 7 high in the left gluteus maximus and 8 high in the right. I was sore on all sides. My front had surgery soreness and peritoneal pain. My left, right and back sides had the injection soreness. I wasn't able to lie on any side without severe pain. I couldn't sleep more than 15 minutes before the pain area exceeded the painkiller's influence. I had to turn onto another side. My sleep was irregular and sparse. There was no escaping pain or the hospital. It was 10 p.m. when the nurse entered with her tray and needle. She rolled me onto my right side. It hurt and I screamed. I pleaded for her not to inject me again. "It's for your own good," she preached and scolded. I watched the needle coming toward my bottom. I used every measure of energy I had to turn and knock the syringe out of her hand. The syringe hurled through space, twisting and turning as if in slow motion. In my imagination I heard a wonderful crescendo of music. The nurse lifted the syringe, wiped the floor and left. I fell asleep only slightly more relaxed. In deep sleep my hip began to burn and cramp. I remember thinking, I am not sleeping on my back, nor on that hip. Why is there that much pain? The pain increased. I woke and felt the last fluid of an injection entering my hip. I cried, "The medicines aren't working. You're killing me. You're making the pain worse and worse." The nurse gave me a disbelieving smile. She proudly put the needle back on the tray. I remember how amazed I was that this Florence Nightingale could be so proud of her insensitivity and ignorance. "Have a nice night," the nurse said and walked out. If I had had the strength at that moment to kill her, I probably would have. I wanted to, but instead I lay there crippled by pain. I cried for 2.5 hours. I fell unconscious from pain. In the morning I gave the doctors and nurses such a conniption that they didn't give me any more medication. Consequently, I got the sleep I needed. I faked being well enough for 24 hours. They let me go home the next morning. Mum, Dad and I reach the elevator. It opens as if waiting for us. We enter and Mum pushes the 3rd floor button. We don't look at each other or say anything as it ascends. With the motion of the elevator I drift back into my experience in the hospital when I was 12. An intern stood towering over me. His manner was impatient and gruff. We had gotten off to a bad start 2 days earlier. He had asked if I had been farting. Since my Puritan upbringing had taught me that the word fart was taboo, I was shocked to hear it come from a doctor. I stuttered and without judgment I asked if he meant did I pass gas. He thought I was a snob and turned malicious. I was afraid to try and rectify the misunderstanding because of autism and my experience that doing so merely compounded resentment. "Sit up," he ordered like a sergeant. I moaned in pain as I sat up very slowly. "Don't pull that sympathy trick on me. I've seen too many appendectomies. I know the pain doesn't last more than a day and a half after surgery. You've been pulling this for 4 days now." He pushed hard on my lower abdomen. I screamed in pain. He smiled and said, "Look, your buddy over here came in 2 days after you. He was up and running around the day after his appendectomy. He doesn't scream when I push on his stomach, and has going home today too. I can't help it, it hurts, even when I move." It only made him angrier. He took my right arm, which had the needle inserted in it. He gently pulled one end of each of the 4 strips of tape that held the needle in my arm. He took firm grip on those ends, looked me in the eyes, smiled, and ripped the tape from my arm. The roundness of the needle pulled my flesh until the force tore my skin. I cried. "You act like a girl," he said. I intuitively knew he wouldn't hurt me more, so I continued crying to release the pain and frustration while he put gauze and tape over the bleeding gouge to stop it. 2 hours later I was out of the hospital and on my way home. The elevator stopping sends a wave through my stomach. We step from the elevator and Mum leads the way toward Jeff. I feel nauseous, my heart misses a beat and then speeds up. pounding. The halls are empty, except for a couple of staff personnel. We pass many doors. Only a few patients have visitors. The patients are all connected to machines. Of course, this wing is eerie. I realize this is intensive care. Numbskull? Numbskull. I haven't used that term in ages. Numbskull was something my parents called me, and probably what their parents called them. It never did help my self-esteem. Strange how old patterns surface when I'm back here. Mom stops at room 317. Jeff is steps away. For the first time I visualize his cuts and bruises. I see him thrust and banged around inside the car. My adrenaline rushes. My heart pounds like a great symphonic drum sounding the battle charge. I take a slow deep breath and enter the room after Mom. I wonder if it would have been polite to enter before her. We pass through a small dressing room-like foyer. It has a large picture window fixed with lavender Venetian mini-blinds. This is the room where loved ones wait and watch while emergency personnel work. This will be my supply room. On the wall is a locked medicine compartment. There is a counter and sink where I can put my blender to make food formulas for Jeff when he recovers from the coma. Am I deluding myself? I see the end of the bed, the shape of Jeff's feet and legs under the covers. My blood rushes faster as the drumming of my heart pounds harder, louder and faster. I see Jeff's arms and hands taped to boards so he can't bend them. Tubes run everywhere. A catheter empties his urine into a plastic container, and drips sugar, water and chemicals into his right forearm. I feel queasy. I want to stop for a moment to settle down. I keep trooping behind Mom. I remember Jeff's face from the last time I saw him when he was 18. His smile was big and his complexion ruddy. The image disappears when I see two machines monitoring his body. Mary stands on one side of the bed, at the head, facing me. A nurse stands opposite her, obstructing my view of Jeff's face. They lean over him. Now I see his chin. His mouth gapes open. His lips are grey-purple. Oh my God, he looks dead. Oxygen tubes are strapped to his head and up the nostrils. His eyes are closed and recessed in unconsciousness. His skin looks waxy, ashen except where tubes enter his body, irritating him. Cuts spot his face. A long cut streaks his forehead, another parts an eyebrow. The abrasions from the plunges through glass are swollen and inflamed. I take it all in for a minute. I use positive thoughts to settle myself. I think, Jeff's not missing part of his head, brain or limbs. I'm thankful for that. My heart continues to drum frantically. I wish other instruments would join in so no one would hear it. It could expose my sensitivity. I want to look totally in control. The enemy will know that I'm not as strong as I want to be. Jeff. Wake up, Jeff. You've been asleep for 6 days now. Wake up. Your mother wants to talk to you. The nurse shouts as if Jeff were deaf. I guess she wants to shock him from his coma. Okay, I guess, if it works. But it doesn't. Jeff's head seems to roll slightly as if he were trying to tell her that her shouting hurts. Or is that my wishful thinking? 6 days. I whispered to Mom. Mary didn't call me until the night before I called you. You weren't home and I didn't want to leave that message on your answering machine, she says firmly. Why did she wait to call you? I ask with a trace of anger. Fortunately, Mom does not take it personally. She figured there was nothing we could do. When they told her Jeff was definitely going to die, she called. I wonder why Mary still hates me after 20 years. Jeff. Wake up, screams the nurse. He gives no response. I sense his coma is partially from medication. I know the shouting must hurt Jeff's ears. It hurts my ears and I'm 8 feet away. I want to grab the nurse and scream in her ear to stop it. I feel helpless. Jeff. It's Mom. Wake up. Mary mimics the nurse but not nearly as loudly. I look at Mary. She would not be considered cover girl material, but she still looks beautiful to me. She wears jeans and a plaid blouse. I realize I'm still attracted to her. I see she is strong-willed like Mum and compassionate. "Hi, Mary," I say gently. She gazes a moment, gropes, and finally wilts to our presence. She turns and looks over at Mum and says, "Hi, Doris," and then to Dad, "Joseph." Finally, she manages to look straight into my blue eyes. "Hi, Dick." Oh, that nickname. All the reasons I changed to a Greek Roman-sounding first name that I liked flood my head. No matter how Dick was said to me, the innuendo was prevalent. It was like wearing a bright name tag with scum printed on it. My brothers, classmates, and some teachers often used it to patronize me. "As you can see, Jeff isn't with us," Mary says bluntly. I see the strain in her face and body. I want to hug and comfort her, but that is out of the question. Instead, empathic tears fill my eyes. 17 years passed before I stopped dreaming about her. Mary turns to Jeff. "Dick is here to see you. Wake up, boy," she says, trying to humor and ease her new tension because of my presence. Oh, Jesus, I'm going to break down. Jeff, it's Aajonus," I say softly. My voice cracks. He doesn't move. "May I see his charts, please?" I politely ask the nurse. She is stunned and then derisive. "Are you a visiting doctor?" Mary chortles and jokes. "No. He's from Los Angeles, California." She gives it the sneering tone that she gave the nickname Dick. The nurse chuckles, then settles, confused. "This is Jeff's other father," Mary explains. The nurse and I introduce ourselves. "When is the soonest I can see Jeff's X-rays?" I ask kindly. "You'll have to speak to one of his neurologists. How many does he have?" "4. Lead me to one of them." "Duh. Braceley just left the floor and none of the others are expected until morning. Can we talk in the hall a minute, please?" She scrutinizes my patient but determined stare. She realizes I could be trouble. She turns and we walk into the hall. "Deborah, I'm not here to make your job difficult. I'm here because my son is dying. I want to do everything I can to help him live. Are you a physician?" My inclination is to mimic her patronizing attitude, but that wouldn't be constructive. I'm a nutritional counselor, and I'm Jeff's biological father. I have the right to see all of his records upon request. Would you be kind enough to make that as easy and as soon as possible? Please. I can't do that. One of his doctors has to, and I don't know if Braceley is still on rounds, she says in a friendlier tone. You'll have to wait until morning. Okay. Would you give me his number, please? I'll have his answering service page him and have him call me here. I'll call his service, she relinquishes. One more thing. When he calls and you tell him my request, if he refuses, please tell him I would like to speak with him. Will you do that for me and my son? Please. She relaxes, shrugs and snickers. Okay, sir. Thank you. And would you pass the word to all the doctors and nurses that Jeff's biological father is here, that I will be taking an active part in his recovery? She is slightly impressed and amused, but her reaction says she thinks my ego is larger than my brain. There are times when I would agree, but ego has nothing to do with this. The doctors all agree that Jeff isn't going to. Compassion, I think, restrains her from finishing. Chapter 5. Finally, Mary and I are alone with Jeff. We ease into light conversation for a while. I mentioned that I am a nutritional counselor. I say a little about my nutritional point of view. I ask her if she would like to care for Jeff at home. She gives me a look of astonishment and absurdity. She tells me she wouldn't even consider removing Jeff from the hospital. She vacuums the mucus oozing into Jeff's throat so he can breathe without choking. The mucus is good. Through it, his body dumps dead cells and debris from the brain quickly. More will go to his bowels and dump there. I say, how do you know all of that stuff? Remember when I said I was disabled from a car accident and couldn't pay child support? I had cancer. I didn't want anyone to know. I was disabled from the therapies. A kind, wonderful and intelligent man named Bruno tutored me for 3.5 years in nutrition. I've spent most of the last 17 years researching and experimenting with diets and health. She frowns and looks at me curiously. I'll tell you about it later. Did all of the doctors tell you that Jeff's going to die? Mary nods. They said if he hadn't responded by Wednesday, he'd die any time soon. I know you think I'm a California nutcake, but I'm asking you to put that judgment aside for Jeff's sake. Let me try nutrition. I know you mean well, Aajonus. She stops to take a deep breath, drained, then teases, but is not exactly able to eat. We can feed him under his tongue, I say, handing her a canning jar. In it are equal portions of unsalted raw butter and unheated honey mixed together. I explain its properties and I conclude by saying, his salivary enzymes will dissolve it. Some will be absorbed directly into his blood through his mouth. The rest will drain down, soothe his throat and eventually his stomach. In the blood, the nutrients from the butter-honey mix will go to his brain to protect living tissue and carry away the bruised and dead for elimination. I would like to put a teaspoon under his tongue at least every 40 minutes. A little hope sprouts and gives her strength. Okay, if you think it'll help. I am astounded and relieved. Happy tears fill my eyes. I hold back though. Mary might think I'm weak. I must appear in complete control to defend Jeff. I put some honey butter mix under Jeff's tongue. I ask Mary if I may tell her about some of my nutritional work so she will know my perspective on nutrition versus medical methods. It beats just sitting here, Mary says. One day I arrived home at 9:30 p.m. from one of those exciting evenings in traffic school. Mary chuckles, still speeding. Of turn. I couldn't seem to comprehend that a residential apartment complex neighborhood was not a residential area. Anyway, it was a Tuesday in January, 1973. I was 26 at the time. I walked through the courtyard toward my Hollywood apartment. There were no lights on in the apartment. I wondered where Monica was. I took my keys from my flared-bottom jeans. I inserted one in the lock. My neighbor, Lion, heard me and came bursting from her apartment. She was panting, not from hurry but horror. Aajonus. I took Monica to County General Hospital about 2 hours ago. She was having terrible stomach cramps. She came crawling over to my door, screaming. We just panicked. I took her to emergency. She didn't say anything about her stomach 4 hours ago. What is it? They said it would take a while to do all the tests, but they thought it was appendicitis. I felt panicked, but I concealed it. Monica was still in emergency when I arrived. I was relieved that she was not on an operating table. She laid on a gurney looking drugged and in pain. The doctor stood analyzing the lab reports. Monica, I teased, imitating Bela Lugosi portraying Count Dracula. Let me take care of you at home, my dear. Your body probably won't like the chemicals they'll pump into. They haven't found out what it is for sure, she said, cutting me off. The doctor stepped toward us and said, if you're not a relative, please leave. Monica, you have peritonitis, which means that your intestines are infected, and possibly perforated and bleeding. It's serious. Excuse me. I said. I feel badly about it now, but I had little patience with doctors' scare tactics after my experiences. I mirrored his arrogant, patronizing attitude, and asked him, have you ever had peritonitis? No, he said as if my question were absurd. I have. Would that make me more knowledgeable? I've treated 40 cases of peritonitis, and if she leaves she'll die, he asserted. How many of those 40 patients died? I asked. The doctor stammered but quickly recovered. 24. I motioned for Monica to listen. So at worst Monica has a 60% chance of dying in here, is that right? The doctor nodded. That's something they won't normally tell you, I said to Monica. Without treatment she has no chance, he countered. How many cases do you know in which someone had peritonitis and treated it with holistic methods? None, he said firmly. Then how would you know that she would die without medical treatment? I asked, putting him in checkmate. Common sense, he retorted. Do only doctors have this common sense? These are ridiculous questions. If you knew the seriousness of this infection, you would be embarrassed. Excuse me. Which of the two of us had peritonitis? I asked. I'm not answering any more of your questions. He turned to Monica. Are you going to listen to this character and put your life in danger? Or do you have some sense? Monica, he's trying to play you like an untuned piano inside a yo-yo. Mary laughs. Did you really say that? Yes. Monica laughed, but the doctor didn't. Then I said to Monica, according to Pearson's research and statistics listed in his book Man's Correct Diet, you have a 93% chance of living if you let me care for you nutritionally. Come on, honey, let's go home. I turned back to the doctor and said, I'm sorry. I know you mean well, but your logic is off. Urgently, he raised his voice. Don't you get it? If the infection isn't stopped, she'll die. Monica's drug-intoxicated state had the side effect of lowering her blood pressure and heightening paranoia. She was terrified. She looked back and forth between the doctor and me. Sweetheart, listen to his reasoning. He's going to treat you with antibiotics to kill the infection. That will also kill your intestinal flora. That will destroy your ability to digest food and synthesize your own proteins and vitamins. If you can't properly digest the nutrients you need, you won't detoxify and heal properly. I'm warning you, if you don't stay here and stop the infection, you'll die for certain, the doctor countered. I wanted to suture his mouth. And I'm sure he wanted to suture mine. The fear on Monica's face advertised that the doctor's unsubstantiated scare tactics had won the debate. I was saddened. I was angry, but I decided that I should argue no further. I had been introduced to an ideal concept called unconditional love a few years ago. It meant respecting Monica's decision even if her life were at risk. It was her life and her will be done. 24 hours later, I stood looking down at her. On her arms and thighs were badly bruised dummy-shaped swellings the size of quartered tennis balls. Monica, please take a look at the blackness around your sunken eyes, and your sallow complexion. They treat you not knowing how you'll react to chemicals, I cried out. Drugged. She looked in a hand mirror and laughed. Don't be silly. It's okay. I'm okay, really. I love you too. I couldn't bear looking at her in that state and keep my mouth shut. I drove home. The next morning she had 2 more bruised swellings on her arms. Pine, the young intern assigned to her, looked over her chart. Doctor, I said gently, Monica needs live nutrients including various strains of lactobacillus to aid her digestion. I'm going to take her home where I can feed her properly. He shook his head and gave me a look that said, Oh, you're one of those misguided health fanatics. Then he said aloud, eating will exacerbate the infection. I'll give her a prescription for all the vitamins and minerals to be added to her Don't worry, we're taking good care of Monica. Why does she have these lumps and bruises all over her body? I pleaded, and then added, they aren't healing. They're getting worse by the hour. She was allergic to penicillin and 3 other antibiotics, he said. It took you 7 shots to discover one she was not allergic to. Yes, you just said not to worry. You are taking good care of her. Now everything is under control. She has 100 times more ailments to heal than when she came in here. Why are you saying you have everything under control? Everything is okay now. I'll put the vitamins in her and she'll be fine, he said testily. She's betting her life on your expertise. Will you bet your expertise on her life? We'll do the best we can for her. We can't promise anything, he said. Doctor, please, you just said you had everything under control now. Why won't you put your expertise on her life? I'll put my holistic logic on her life. I'll even put my life on her life. Why won't you? We're not miracle workers. Will you excuse me? I have many patients in this hospital who need my help, he said, unnerved, and briskly walked out. I tried to convince Monica to leave, but she was too intoxicated and drowsy. In the evening of Monica's 5th day in the hospital, I stood over her. Her entire body was sallow with areas of black and blue. She had a milky stare that I had seen in animals just before they died. I realized I had to act. Monica, I pleaded, you have to get hold of yourself. You have to become sober so you can examine yourself. She was so drugged she didn't care. You have to refuse your sedatives and painkillers so you can make a clear decision about whether you are being helped or damaged. The nurse is due to give you your o'clock shot. Refuse it, please. Just until the doctors get here in the morning. Please, baby, please. She smiled. I placed in her hand a jar full of liquefied raw foods. This will aid and soothe your intestines, I said. What is it? She whispered. I blended 1 raw fertile egg, 1 tomato, 2 tablespoons unsalted raw butter, and 2 heaping tablespoons of unheated honey. It also regulates fever. It doesn't sound very tasty, she whispered. Will you give it a chance? She sipped it. Then, I guess because it was the first food she had in days, she gulped it. My immediate thought was to stop her, but her gulping was instinctual. I put the empty jar back in a bag. When I looked again, she was asleep. I stared at her frightful appearance. I remembered how beautiful her blushing color and pretty skin had been. An hour passed and the raw tomato butter formula had sobered her enough. She argued with the nurses against taking any more medication that night, and she won. The next morning, I said to Monica, "Sweetheart, look at yourself." I pulled the covers down to her ankles and lifted her gown. She looked at herself in horror. "Oh my God, I'm going to die. Not if you let me take care of you." I wondered how I knew that. I'm scared, Aajonus, I'm afraid, too. Yet, I'm certain that excellent health and raw live foods are as connected as falling and gravity. The doctor said if you ate anything it would make you worse. Your abdomen didn't swell and bruise from the raw food mixture. It has given you strength. God, I love you, Monica. Don't die on me, please. Please let me help you. I explained the 3 different food formulas I devised to get her well. Did you marry her? Mary asks. No. We were together 5 years. Haven't you found anyone you wanted to marry? It took me 17 years to stop dreaming about you. How could I have stayed married while dreaming of you? It's an awkward moment for both of us. I continue the story. Monica agreed to go home. I gave her another jar of the tomato and butter mixture to drink. I went to the nurses and asked them to remove Monica's IV and catheter. They refused. While I analyzed how to remove Monica's catheter, 3 security guards, 2 nurses and 3 large male orderlies hurried into the room, stopped abruptly, and stood watching me. If I had caught it on film it would have looked like one of those old black and white Buster Keaton films with that sudden stop-and-go motion. I covered Monica. Immediately following came 3 doctors with the same comical governor stop motion. One of them was the intern, Pine, with the humor inspired by the moment I turned to Monica. "They are having a going-away party for you. Isn't that sweet? She can't leave here. I won't release her," said Pine. "The goal these guys have is amazing," I thought. I laughed, a short, breathy laugh that was enough to insult him. That was not my intention, but it happened. I turned to Monica again. "Do you want his permission to go?" I knew I was irritating the doctor. I had mixed feelings about it. I was still angry at doctors, in general. She can't leave this hospital unless I release her. And I want, he turned to a nurse, call her mother right away. Pine, You've been really kind, and thank you. I'm leaving here now. So, if you don't remove this tube for me, Aajonus will, Monica said so diplomatically and maturely she seemed like a wise old empress. Her manner affected everyone. They all turned to Pine. He seemed alarmed that his authority was being challenged. I won't release you. I won't be responsible for whatever happens if you leave this hospital, he said. I accept what you say. Now will you, or a nurse, help me remove this, please? Monica firmly implored. Again everyone looked at Pine. He stood there staunchly. Help me, Aajonus, she ordered. I pulled down Monica's covers. I looked around at everyone. This is not a show. I started to lift Monica's gown, but Pine stopped me. Wait. A nurse will remove it. Let's talk about this. This is a life and death infection. Do you think some voodoo will save her? Who? I said. You thought throwing vitamins and minerals into her eye would help. It didn't. We will cure her with foods. That's all I have to say. If at some time in the future you are interested in what I feed Monica, I'll gladly tell you. Thank you. Just then a nurse returned and blurted out, her mother says she is not to leave this hospital. Her mother's voice rang through my head. I dreaded her intervention. Do I look underage, Pine? Monica said, growing angry. Her mother's order had the opposite effect of what I had feared. Monica, Pine paused. Please, take a few prescriptions I'll write for you. Monica and I simultaneously raised our surprised eyebrows at each other. The fascist air had thinned. Give me whatever you want me to take, she said. You must take an antibiotic to kill the infection or you won't have a chance. I'll give you a painkiller to take as you need. Call me here every day between 9 and 2 and I'll do whatever I can to help. The tension was still so high that the phone ringing startled all of us. Monica looked at me. We knew who it was. Hi, Mom. I'm just about to leave the hospital. Call me at home in about an hour, okay? I'm walking out the door. Call me at home, Monica said. She looked at me. She curled and twisted her smiling mouth, warning me. She tried to hand me the phone, exaggeratedly. I shook my head and waved no. Monica laughed the way she did when I had been unintentionally acting silly. It'll be easier on all of us later if you can make some sense to her now, Monica said, still laughing. I was amazed at how much energy she had gained from the last tomato and butter drink. Reluctantly, I took the phone. Hi, Ruth. Monica's divorced mother insisted I call her Ruth. It seemed to remove the generation gap. I liked that and we liked each other. It's you forcing Monica to leave the hospital, isn't it? I've only fastened a chain from my car to her ankle. This is not funny, Ruth. You've seen Monica's condition since she's been in here. I'm certain she'll do better at home. The nurse said she'd die if she leaves the hospital. Ruth's blood pressure was rising. What would they say if she died in the hospital? The treatment was a success. We stopped the infection. We're sorry Monica's dead, and here's the bill. Pine gave me a look. Ruth argued, parroting the doctor's every word, although her concern was genuine. I understand that perspective, but it doesn't make it right just because a doctor says it. You think lawyers are a big rip-off, right? Well, doctors are well-educated like attorneys. I countered, knowing it was a cheap shot. Pine and the nurse glared at me. If my daughter dies, Ruth paused. I'll kill you. It's just something you say in a fit of passion, Mary says. It sent a chill through me because she meant it. The nurse's voice announces through the intercom above Jeff's bed. The doctor is on the phone about Jeff's raise. I am delighted. I get up, feel Jeff's forehead and put some honey butter mix under his tongue. I tell Mary a quick conclusion to the story. Monica left the hospital in a wheelchair and was bedridden. I convinced her to flush the antibiotics down the toilet. Her mother threatened to skewer me on a clothesline. I fed Monica the mixtures. Within 5 days, Monica was on her feet and blending the food mixtures herself. In 6 weeks she was back in ballet classes. That was 72 weeks sooner than the doctors said she would if she survived in the hospital. I was so astounded by her rapid recovery that I vowed to eat only raw foods. Mary seems impressed and hopeful. The fear that I might let her down suddenly hits me. Even so, I must advance into battle or lose Jeff. Jeff needs to be off medication. He needs to be conscious to eat and recover. I say. Mary looks pensive and doesn't answer. I leave her to think about it. Chapter 6. I ponder as I sit waiting in radiology about accumulated radiation emissions from X-rays being absorbed by everything. The lights, walls, floor, furniture and abstract paintings on the wall seem to glow. I feel a hyper-irritating sensation, as if my nerves and bones want to wear an ultraviolet shield. I wonder if Bracely told the radiologists to make me wait here for the last 2 hours. Could he be punishing me for questioning his analysis and diagnosis? Jeff is upstairs needing the honey butter mix. It's 11 p.m. and few patients have passed through this department and there's no backlog. Why is it taking so long? I also wonder if the older radiologists are balding from exposure to these low levels of radiation. Is it absorbed into their skulls, gradually making the follicles impotent at producing hair? Mr. Marshall. The white uniformed, partially balding radiologist says as he approaches me. I consider accepting Jeff's adopted name, Marshall, for the moment. I could avoid explaining my relation to Jeff, but I don't want Ben being mistaken for me, considering my radical presence in the hospital. I explain as the radiologist takes me into a room. Aisles of open shelves full of X-ray files line most of the floor space. On one wall is mounted a row of backlit white opaque glass with X-rays hanging against them. They are of Jeff's head taken by CAT scan. I see 3 oval areas that portend severe brain damage. I see images of Jeff crashing through glass. I cringe and take a deep breath. The radiologist points to the spots. These are filling with fluids and creating pressure on Jeff's brain. The doctors are going to tap and drain them to prevent further brain damage. I listen to the prognosis without comment. I visualize them assaulting Jeff's body as they drill into his skull. I know if I tell the radiologist that fresh raw green vegetable juices and no salt added raw cheese could help draw out the fluids without drilling into Jeff's head, he'd have me in a circus by day's end. I have to get Jeff out of the coma so he can eat. I realize the next step is to eliminate consciousness-interfering drugs. Wait, stop. I wonder if Jeff wants to live. I won't force his soul to stay in his body if it wants to leave. Somehow, I must get his permission. I thank the radiologist and go back to Jeff. Mary and a nurse wrestle Jeff's arms and convulsing body down. Jeff's subconscious has burst through and pulls out the urinary catheter. The bulb at the end is inflated. It tears his urethra. Blood spurts and spatters from his penis everywhere on him and the sheets. Can't you see his body doesn't want the thing in him? I say, hell be wetting the bed constantly and has too big and heavy for us to be changing him all the time, the nurse says annoyed. I know I am not going to be around every 45 minutes to change a diaper and bed, so I don't say any more. Mary tells me, as if confessing, that Jeff had pulled the catheter twice before. I shudder. I remember that after stomach surgery I had sharp, burning pain in my penis when I urinated. I felt as if I were being painfully electrocuted during orgasm, with the electrodes connected to my urethra. It still happens occasionally. Now I wonder if I had unconsciously pulled my catheter. Had I ripped the tissues and damaged the nerves? Is that what made my urethra so sensitive? The nurse and Mary finish changing the sheets and Jeff's gown. One nurse reinserts the catheter, the other leaves. Mary tells me she's taking a snack break and goes. The last nurse leaves. I lean close to Jeff's head. I give him entrancing suggestions. I repeat them until I see that he is probably hypnotized. I tell him I want to speak to his spirit. I ask him if he wants to live. I suggest the slightest positive or negative response, a vague movement up or down for yes, to either side for no, from his head or hands, or his eyes behind his closed eyelids. He gives no response. I assume that he has chosen death. A lump forms in my throat. I recall my near-death experience of 17 years ago when I was 22. I was experimenting with mind expansion to find specific answers about my health and reality. It was early spring. I had already put my cancer in remission with diet, but I still had multiple health troubles. My youngest uncle, Lanny, who had been studying for his doctorate in psychology and worked as a teaching assistant at the University of California, Los Angeles, was guiding me. We had consumed psilocybin, a manufactured chemical form of an hallucinogen, and smoked a mixture of hashish and marijuana. At first, Lan and I had a wonderful experience communicating telepathically. Then the pleasant effects of the drugs had worn off and my mind was normal again. Then I realized I was having an extremely adverse reaction. My blood pressure was dangerously low. It was inside my apartment, but I was freezing. My lower back ached so badly I couldn't sit or stand comfortably. That was normal, but this pain was approaching unbearable. I remember lying on the floor next to the floor heater. I'm still freezing. It's all in your mind. Imagine a fire, Lanny said. I imagined sitting next to a fire. Then I imagined the fire inside my body. This provided a bit of relief but did not raise my blood pressure. I'm still freezing and my back aches. It's all in your mind, Lanny said. I rose from the couch and turned the heater to the highest temperature. I stood on top of the heater in my tennis shoes. Lanny began to complain that he was suffering heat prostration. Isn't it all in your mind? I asked. He rose from the couch and left. I noticed the hands on the clock pointed to 12:47 p.m. As I stood on the heater, I was slightly more comfortable. I became aware that my skin was turning ashen. I was weakening. I fell back, slouching against the wall. I thought I was losing consciousness, but instead I turned inside out with a pop. I detached from my body. I felt free and whole. I knew this experience was not an hallucination, and I became frightened. Then I realized there was nothing to fear, and my fear disappeared. I left my body. I hovered above it, circling. My body was still propped against the wall, dead, of all things. I was leaving my body with fresh piss stains on my shirt. What would Mum think if she knew I died with piss stains on my shirt? Suddenly, I drifted upward through the ceiling, through the upstairs apartment, the roof, and into the sky. I flew into the stratosphere and glided through it. Everything went dark as if it were a moonless night, except the stars, which were clear, and the earth, which glowed. I traveled backward toward the sun, faster until the earth became pea-sized. Suddenly I realized that I had an invisible form. I felt an intense brightness penetrating me from behind. It was the sun. I turned inside out to look toward the sun. After I turned inside out this time, I saw in all directions at once. I spit into the sun. It seemed like a bright white tunnel. Inside the sun I turned inside out again. Pop. I seemed liquid now. I swelled like an invisible balloon. I had become the sun. I wondered how that was possible. The answer came instantly. It was simply the nature of that reality. Then my stratosphere, my skin dissolved. Like water I seeped through all of creation. I experienced an infinite sense of oneness, and I was all that is. I enjoyed eternity briefly. The ultimate oxymoron, I thought. I laughed, and every particle in creation laughed. Although so obvious, I realized that laughter is an expression of joy. Joy is the appreciation of creation, of beingness. I realized that without joy a sense of separateness ensues. And then fear. Beingness loses its sense of love that unites everything. Joy is more important than I had ever imagined. Then I formed into a tornado-like mass. I focused my consciousness in the calm center. I watched life swirl around me. In that whirlpool of lives, I saw that I had been a son, many lives on many planets, and other existences that I cannot describe. I relived each of those lives from birth to death with tremendous speed, yet I seemed to understand more. Emotions were the gauge of experience here, that is, what I and everybody felt and thought as a result of my actions was all important. The importance of these lives was creating joy, love, unconditional love. Finally I glimpsed a lonely, unhappy, unloved and sometimes unloving life in this whirlpool. It was full of resentment. It was my dick life. I relived that life. I felt sick, weak and angry. I realized that for my life to be happy I had to love myself completely. I had to heal my instincts and intuition. Through instinct my body communicates with me. Through intuition my psychic soul or spirit communicates with me. I knew that every decision should be a trilateral agreement between my psychic intuition, body instinct and mind reason, in that order. I saw that health and happiness in my earth reality started at the most basic level, my body. I saw that my body cells were loving, feeling and intelligent. I should have loved them more, listened to them, helped them enjoy life. My cells wanted to experience so much more with me, but they were strained, exhausted and deformed from environmental and dietary adulterations. I realized that I had wanted to love my cells all along. Their love was evident, trying to help me enjoy life. I wanted them to enjoy being part of me. With as much effort I wanted to love my cells as much as they loved me, but conditioning and education confused my instincts and intuition. I had been forced to mistrust myself. Now, I thought, if I had it to do over again, I would take better care of my cells, to heal my cells. I saw that the cells in food were alive, loving, feeling and intelligent also. I saw that cooking food kills most of its vitality that we would receive if we were to eat food fresh and raw. I saw how much disease, pain and unhappiness comes from eating dead toxic food. I realized that my body cells could have gradually transmuted to magnificent health in several decades of care if I would have eaten raw foods. Also, I realized that I had chosen the diseased state, my diseased life, to learn about and create health. I felt excitement growing. I felt overwhelmed with compassion. I wanted to return to Earth. I would literally reverse the direction of my life from the inside out. Instantly a change came over me. I became a black hole and I traveled at many times the speed of light. I realized that my desire was sending me back to Earth. I felt whole again, loved and loving, recharged with vital loving purpose. I traveled through the psychic umbilical cord, a black hole, to my pitiful dead physical body on the heater. I exploded into my body, turning outside in. My body bolted upright. The power of my love started my heart beating again and warmed it. My blood began to move again sluggishly. I was still ashen. I smelled burning rubber. With tremendous effort, I opened my heavy eyelids. I was looking down at my tennis-shod feet on the heater's grill. I noticed the maroon telephone cord had melted black and was about to catch fire. I couldn't control any part of my body, except my eyes. I felt a bit panicked. My adrenaline rushed. The hands of the clock pointed to 4:17 p.m. My body had been dead 3.5 hours. Slowly my body began responding to my thoughts. I flipped the telephone cord off, but it fragmented, melted onto the grill. I tried to step off the grill, but my tennis shoes were melted to it. I was exhausted and sick. I forced myself to pull hard. Finally, my shoes released. I went into the kitchen and grabbed a barbecue fork. I returned to the heater. I removed the grill with the fork. I trudged with it to the back driveway and put it down. I felt the warmth of the sun on my body and I relaxed. I felt more alive every second. Many of my cells were returning to life. The thought of delicious, heavily buttered garlic bread came to mind. I knew it was instinct, my body telling me what it needed to raise my blood pressure. I went back into my apartment and ate a little crushed raw garlic with fresh raw unwrapped pineapple, lots of raw unsalted butter and a little French bread. I hadn't eaten bread in 13 years, except of a little digestive difficulty from the cooked bread. Within moments I felt better, satisfied. I decided from then on that at least 17% of my diet would consist of raw foods. I remember that was 2.5 years before my experience with Monica in the hospital. I went to bed. I fell asleep knowing instinctively and intuitively that sleep is where I would do most of my healing. I become aware that I am in the hospital at Jeff's side. I touch his cheek. "Do you want to live, Jeff?" I ask again. I watch him intently for an eternal minute, anticipating, hoping for any indication from him. "Goodbye, son. I wish you happiness wherever you've gone." Suddenly, Jeff's voice surges loudly and clearly past the tubes. Live. Chapter 7. Willie, Mary's father, enters looking burdened and disgruntled. The opposite of my memories of him. I haven't seen or talked with him since we erected the swing set for Jeff's second birthday 20 years ago. He ignores me. Any change? He whispers to Mary. Mary shakes her head no. She says, "Good night, Dad," ignores me and leaves. Willie and I sit uneasily. After 5 minutes, I break the silence. "Hi, Willie." He nods without looking at me. "Remember how you, Margaret, Shirley, his older daughter Mary and I used to play pinochle for hours. Before that I'd never experienced adults enjoying children for more than several minutes. Thank you. That helped turn me from cynic to skeptic." I say jokingly but meaning it. "Well, you broke the bubble, Dick. You and Shirley's ex-husband, Bill. You two screwed up my daughters and then dumped them. Neither of you deserved them, that's for sure. For everyone's sake, it was better that I left. I was so difficult. I was confused, frustrated and enraged. You have to learn how to discipline yourself," he says disgustedly. Not when it was at Mary and Jeff's expense. My body had developed biological habits from so much fear, anger and violence caused by my jealous brother Dow, and my father's brutal punishments. Either my blood sugar would drop, causing depression, or my adrenaline would soar and I couldn't control my excess energy, causing manic behavior, or blood sugar would drop while adrenaline soared, causing irritability and sore disposition. When I first went to California, my uncle Lanny gave me some cognitive self-help tools. I learned to control myself. I mainly handle it through diet. Now, if ever I've had angels in my life, one would be Lan, I say, still feeling ill at ease. "I never met Lanny." "I think you did. Of my mother's 12 siblings he is the youngest, only 11 years older than I. Lanny was the witty one. He was more like the understanding brother that I had wanted. Do you have any idea the hardships you caused everyone?" "I can imagine." He sits back, defeated. "Imagine. My daughters screw up with 2 bums who abandon them, move into my small 2-bedroom house with 2 infants, and am supposed to trust their choices," he says. "I know saying I'm sorry won't change the past, but I am," I say as guilt swells. "I was so afraid of being hurt and taken advantage of, I desperately and sometimes maliciously tried to get control of things. I had been taught that a man had to be mean and callous, deceitful and ruthless to be in control of body, relationships, spirituality and economy. I even thought Leave It to Beaver was all Hollywood hoopla because I rarely experienced people who were understanding. Compassion wasn't normal. Goodness was an ideal that eluded me. I was always prepared for life to knock the wind from me. I couldn't learn to trust myself in an untrusting world. I couldn't trust and appreciate Mary as she deserved. I didn't realize that with that attitude I often forced people and experience to crash in on me. I rarely find myself a victim of my past anymore. I've worked hard to change. I'm not perfect by any means, but I'm here to help. That's something I couldn't do very well back then. Whatever you can do. Do you still repair machines or have you retired?" "Retired a few years ago. Do you and Margaret still live in that nice little house?" We'd been separated a long time. Along with my cynicism, I developed a taste for alcohol. I threatened her with a gun once. I was drunk. Was it loaded? Course not. I just wanted to scare the bejesus out of her. I'm sorry. He nods, but his look is too bitter to be forgiving. I had been holding on to my memories of his family as proof that family life could be happy. Now I know I was very responsible for his family breaking up. I feel miserable, but I wasn't aware of any self-help tools at the time. Self-forgiveness is my only appropriate action now. I place honey butter mix under Jeff's tongue. Willie and I sit quietly, uncomfortably. You making a living with your health stuff? He breaks the silence. At times, I'm taking a break from working exclusively with illness. I paint murals, motif, trump loyal and forks finishes in homes, mainly in Beverly Hills. I do some acting on the daytime Sook General Hospital. I make just enough to stay in business, afford my research and survive. As long as I'm healthy, doing more than one thing, and what I enjoy, I'm happy. How about you? Just getting along, I guess, he sighs. We sit quietly, a little more at ease. Sunday, September 28th. I awaken from napping in a chair and notice it's almost 8 a.m. My first morning in the hospital. Willie leaves the room. I place honey butter under Jeff's tongue. He seems more settled in that calmer state, looking somewhat rested. Mary walks in followed by Ben. Willie returns and says goodbye. Everyone seems laconic. They are probably exhausted from 6 stressful days. I go to the anteroom for some raw pistachio nuts. A nurse enters, unlocks the medicine cabinet and removes a small bottle. I eat as I follow her over to Jeff and she hands Mary the bottle. What's that? I ask. Medication, says the nurse. Yes, but what is it? Dilantin, she says, keeps him from having seizures, but it keeps him completely drunk and unconscious. Would you rather he have seizures and die? Mary pours a half-teaspoonful of the thick medication into a spoon and into Jeff's mouth. It looks like the raw custard I make when I use reddish Mexican peppers or like the ones I bought on my way here. Jeff's mouth fills with saliva and drains into his throat. He chokes. The nurse takes a thin flexible plastic tube and vacuums his throat. May I? I ask the nurse. She hands me the vacuum tube. I lean close to Jeff's face, blocking everyone's view of his mouth. I vacuum his throat. Then I suction the diluted pool of Dilantin around his tongue. I press the tube to his tongue and gums. Another pool of saliva forms. No one will notice the medication is gone. I notice the nurse returning the bottle to the medicine cabinet. A sense of relief passes over me. An attendant comes in with a food tray for Jeff. I give Mary a curious look. We eat it, Mary says. One of Jeff's neurologists arrives on morning rounds. We introduce ourselves. I suddenly realize my blood sugar is very low. My brain doesn't have enough blood sugar to remember his difficult name from the instant it leaves his mouth. I go back to the anteroom and get some non-steamed dates and raw butter to elevate my blood sugar. I return and eat while I watch the doctor examine Jeff's stomach where there is a very long stitched incision. What's that? I ask. Japcha performed exploratory surgery, searching for internal bleeding, but there was none, the doctor says. I look over Jeff's abdominal area, hips and lower back. I see no bruises that would have indicated there could possibly have been internal bleeding. I open Jeff's eyes. Using iridology as a diagnostic tool, I search for blood spots in his irises. Fading blood spots would indicate that there had recently been internal bleeding. There is none. My adrenaline rushes. Sadness fills me. The invasive surgery is another problem for Jeff to heal. I am angry that his life has been more endangered. I wonder if Japcha, believing Jeff was going to die anyway, performed the unnecessary surgery to make a house or swimming pool payment, or pay for a daughter's braces. I remember the first remarkable experience I had after studying iridology for 2 years. My New Zealander girlfriend, Susan, and I were making love. Her blonde head was arched back and her hazel eyes were open. I suddenly noticed a blood-red spot in her right iris. The spot was near the area relating to the peritoneum. "Sweetheart, are you spotting?" I asked. She laughed. "You don't have to worry. I'm not going to get pregnant. I have an IUD. That's not my concern. Do you have pain in your stomach or uterus? Are you spotting?" Well, yes, and yes. The pain only happens when I move in particular ways. When we're making love it hurts once in a while, just a little. How did you know? Iridology. You see something that alarms you. Please, don't be frightened. I'm no iridological expert, but I think we should get you to Cedars-Sinai Hospital. You might have a little problem that could become a big problem, but you don't believe in doctors. Disease is a natural process whereby the body cleanses itself of accumulated toxins that it hasn't been able to eliminate. Most often the body just needs good nutrition and time. But I think your IUD is causing problems. It's a foreign object that requires a mechanic to remove it. Susan laid tensely on the examination table with her legs spread and feet in stirrups. The doctor in his early 30s, as I was pulled his scissors clamp from her crotch. In its clasp was Susan's IUD string. It had become disconnected from the IUD. Her tissue acids had dissolved the end like catgut. Susan's IUD punctured through her uterus and floats somewhere in her abdomen. The doctor said, "We have to perform emergency surgery. It could cause peritonitis, which can be fatal. You may lose your uterus." Susan looked as if the wind had been knocked out of her. "Doctor, can we take this one step at a time?" I asked. Since infections are the body's response to foreign or toxic substances, when you remove the IUD you will eliminate the primary cause for severe infection if Susan has one. Then her uterus will heal. If I get inside and find an infection that I consider dangerous, I will have to remove her uterus. Couldn't you give her body a week to see if it heals first? I asked. If it looks bad, I'll remove it. I don't like taking this attitude, but you leave me no choice. If you remove her uterus without giving her body a chance to cease the infection, we will file suit against you in this hospital. Please, be clear that this will be personal against you because your treatment of Susan is personal. When she signs the release for surgery, there will be a clause stating that you are not to do anything other than remove the IUD and possibly stitch the tear in her uterus, if necessary. We refuse to operate at all, then, since we are in agreement that Susan needs emergency surgery to remove the IUD, why can't you just do that? I'm not going to go inside her with shackles on. I need the freedom to do what I think is right. May I remind you of your oath? If you or any other qualified surgeon here refuses to perform the agreed-upon necessary surgery, anything from peritonitis to pneumonia to death that happens to Susan from this moment on, I will see that you and this hospital are swamped with litigation. All I'm asking is for you to give her a chance to heal with the IUD removed. You can always remove her uterus tomorrow or the next day if her condition gets serious, correct?" He looked deep into my eyes. He must have seen inside me and knew I meant it because his attitude changed. "Yes, sir," he said respectfully. "Administration will give you a release. I'll accept it with your limitation clause. I'm sorry I felt it necessary to be so aggressive. Maybe I should have been more patient." "No, you haven't been unreasonable," he said. I sat in the lounge while Susan had surgery. The doctor approached me. He smiled and said, "Susan is fine. We easily found the IUD and the infection looks as if it will go quickly. She has an inch-long incision at the base of her belly button that is hardly noticeable." My eyes filled. "Thank you, doctor." Standing over Jeff, I realized that I have to let go of my anxiety about his unnecessary abdominal surgery. But I wonder, why is it that doctors don't use iridology as a safe diagnostic tool? Is it because it would not generate great profits? I can't think about that now. I must concentrate on what will benefit Jeff. Doctor, I say, my son is much more likely to recover from his coma if we take him off medication. He looks terrified and says, that is not possible. He will have seizures and infections without medication. Then everything we do for him will be for nothing. I am feeding him enough unsalted raw butter to prevent seizures. I say, you are feeding him what? He asks, raw fat prevents seizures. I put it under his tongue every 20 to 40 minutes. We have to take the chance or he will remain a vegetable or die. No, he says and looks to Mary for support. Looking frightened, Mary says to me, I appreciate whatever you can do, but the doctors know more about this than you. Please, remember Monica. How is Jeff going to recover from his coma and eat if he's drugged unconscious? I ask. Please, Aajonus, don't make things more difficult for everybody, Mary says firmly. I remember the Dilantin looking exactly like the raw custard. I will sabotage the medication. I go into the anteroom, unpack my blender and food. I make a thinner than usual raw custard. I sit and eat some, waiting for everyone to leave. Finally, I am alone with Jeff. I want to increase Jeff's thirst for juices, so I turn down the drip speed of his eye. I remind myself that the honey I am giving him eliminates his need for sugar water. I wish I could remove the eye. I lift a fork from the food tray and bend back one prong. I return to the anteroom and stick the bent prong in the medicine cabinet's lock. The lock is loose and seems broken. I jiggle it until it turns and opens. I wonder if this act is a crime. Could I go to jail for trying to save my son? Trembling, I empty the contents of 2 bottles of Dilantin into the sink. It has such a strong odor, anybody who walks in might be suspicious. I rinse it down with cold water. I take the Dilantin bottle and pour in the custard. The bottle neck is small and the custard so thick it spills all over. I am so nervous I can barely manage tapping the bottle on my palm to get the custard to enter and settle. One finished, I lift the other bottle and fill it with custard. I wipe both bottles and cap them. I hear someone in the hallway. I return the bottles to the cabinet and close it just as the nurse enters. She doesn't stop or say anything. I wipe the sink so she won't notice me trembling. I hope she doesn't notice the cabinet isn't locked. She walks to Jeff and injects a syringe into the catheter on his eye. She notices the eye. Speed is slow. She turns it up. She empties only half a cubic centimeter into his blood and leaves the needle inserted. I join her. What's that? I ask. It's too strong to put more than a little in his blood at a time. I'll be back every 10 minutes until the syringe is empty, she says, walking out. I turn down the eye. Speed. I wonder why she didn't answer my question. The drug is probably to keep Jeff's blood pressure low. Low blood pressure in his condition interferes with healing, and if Jeff is anything like me, he could die from low blood pressure. I remove the syringe and empty its contents into the sink. I refill the syringe with a solution of Evian water and a drop of honey. I tremble again. I have barely completed the task when the nurse returns. I watch her squeeze the syringe. A little water-honey mix enters the eye, and Jeff's veins. A wave of relief passes over me. She notices the drip is slow again. Looking puzzled, she turns it up and leaves again. I turn the eye. Speed down. I return to the anteroom and insert the bent prong into the cabinet and lock it. Realizing I have done all I can for a while, I leave. As I drive to Mum and Dad's for some rest and relaxation, I realize I am not afraid of harming Jeff. In life and death situations in the past, I have been afraid that something I did would go wrong. This is the riskiest and most dangerous circumstance I have been in. Yet, I feel undaunted, fearless. Have I lost my friggin' mind? What am I doing? Chapter 8. I steer the car into my parents' driveway. Their home is a few miles from the hospital and near a hilltop overlooking the autumn-colored valley. The neighborhood is slightly more urbanized than the hospitals. "Hi," I say as I enter the house. Mum, Dad and Doug sit at the dining table. They all say hello. Mom stands and clears their early luncheon dishes while Doug finishes eating. "Any change?" Mom asks. "Not that I could prove," I say. It is a surprise seeing Doug here. I have forgiven him for the 16 years of his brutality when we were children. I can't forget it. Doug and I have not been able to relate as loving brothers in all of these years. "Glad you came," Doug mumbles. "Sorry about Jeff." I give him a hug. It is awkward for both of us. It is the first sincere hug of our lives. Optimists see benefit in every calamity. Cynics see calamity in every benefit. Which is this? I sink into the shallow modern tub. I wonder what happened to old-fashioned deep tubs, where you could immerse your entire body and bathe in luxury. As the water slaps the sides, my thoughts drift to Jeff. What if he is crippled for life? He may never be able to take a bath when he wants. He may never be able to do anything by himself. Would he rather die? I remember wanting to die. It was midsummer on Jekyll Island, Georgia. My girlfriend, Awansa, and I were walking to the beach a block away. I spotted a patch of beautiful white mushrooms in a neighbor's yard. I had identified and eaten mushrooms in the island's woods from the time I had arrived 6 months earlier, because these mushrooms resembled a poisonous amanita. I cleared the ground at the base of one of them. I searched it for a cup-like lip that the similar-looking amanita forms. I didn't find one, so Awansa and I shared a tasty mushroom the size of my fist. I ate 2/3 and she ate 1/3. I remember she had had breakfast. I hadn't. We talked and strolled the North Beach where few people were that early hour, along the Sutsey ebb and flow where sandpipers dashed in and out spearing the sand with their long thin beaks. The shrimp boats just beyond the sandbars tooted. 2 hours later and 3 miles up the beach, Awansa vomited again and again. She had had terminal cancer. Becoming weak and vomiting was common for her back then. All of the mushroom and part of her breakfast seeped into the sand or washed into the ocean. We walked a short distance to the road hoping to see someone we knew to give us a ride home. Then I began feeling shaky, dizzy and exhausted. I realized we had eaten a poisonous mushroom. I wondered why I hadn't felt nauseous. Why hadn't my body rejected it as Owen's body had? Of course, the vagus nerve to my stomach had been severed in the surgery for my stomach cancer. My body's ability to defend itself from such a mistake had been damaged. I felt an ominous sensation, like I was about to enter the twilight zone. I waved my arms to stop a car and the couple took us home. At home I began to vomit. Nothing spilled but saliva and hot acidic gases that burned my throat, sinuses and nostrils. Within another half hour, muscles in my feet and legs began to cramp. I fell to the bathroom floor. The cramps traveled to my head. Every muscle, including my facial muscles, was in a lumpy knot. Pain was excruciating. I twisted into a fetal position. Awansa tried to help, but when she touched me the cramps worsened. I couldn't speak. I moaned and tears streamed from my eyes. Awansa began to weep. My muscles, locked in knots and started to spasm. The next 20 minutes seemed an eternity. I fell unconscious from pain and exhaustion. I awakened about 20 minutes later, tired and very thirsty. I got off the floor. Immediately, my feet and legs cramped. I fell to the floor. I asked Awansa to get me some water, fast. I guzzled a quart just before the cramps reached my hands. Again, I laid in a painfully twisted fetal position for 15 minutes and passed out. I awakened 20 minutes later thirsty and having to urinate. Cautiously, I moved my hands and arms to see if movement would initiate cramps. My limbs felt foreign, detached, but I had no cramps. I carefully flexed my toes. The cycle of cramps started again. "I'll call your mother," Awansa said, trembling. "No." Shall put me in a hospital and I'll be dead within days. People die from mushroom poisoning because they dehydrate and the poisons in the mushroom dissolve their livers. Please get me some water, quickly. I realized that the slightest flex of any muscle from my toes to my crotch initiated cramps. I crawled on my belly, using my arms to pull myself around the house. I urinated into a bottle while lying on the floor. I carefully and slowly hoisted myself onto the toilet to defecate as if I were paralyzed from the waist down, after which I was exhausted. Breathing was exhausting, unless I accidentally flexed my lower extremities or grasped either of my hands too tightly. The cycle was every hour, like clockwork. 20 minutes conscious taking care of myself, 20 in excruciating cramps and 20 unconscious. My liver was in constant pain, sometimes mildly, other times severely. By the 4th day I had consumed 6 pounds of unsalted raw butter, 2 dozen bananas, 2 dozen raw eggs and 8 gallons of water. Yet I was 20 pounds lighter. Now I could move my lower half, slowly, without causing cramps. The cycle jumped to once every 4 hours. I went to the neighbor's yard and dug deep under one of those mushrooms. I found that it had a cup-like lip 1.5 inches below the dirt surface. I wondered what had caused these mushrooms to deform. I figured it had been a chemical fertilizer or weed killer. I had eaten the mushroom nicknamed Death Cap. Several books claimed that every person on record who had eaten a half-thumb-sized amount of the mushroom had died. I had eaten 15 times that. One book stated, "Death usually comes within 10 days and it is welcomed." I thought that I would get used to the pain, but I didn't. On the 10th day, the cramps diminished to as few as 4 a day. Now Awanza could touch me. She rubbed my feet often, gently and kindly for hours at a time. It was the only thing I enjoyed. The cramps continued for 10 weeks. I had come almost full circle to where I had been after my cancer therapies. Semi-invalid. I developed chronic fatigue syndrome again. If I walked 2 miles, it took me 2 weeks to recuperate. Many days, simple tasks like brushing my teeth took an act of God. I lost most of my pleasurable sensations. Before, when I walked in the woods, I had felt a connection to every living thing, like feelings one has for loved ones. It was comforting, invigorating. Before, I was moved by colors the way music evokes feelings. Now, I felt nothing from colors or the woods. I was dead and in hell. Most everything smelled repulsive. Noise drove me crazy. I remember a hyperactive mockingbird that hung around for weeks. It was all I could do to keep from blowing a gun and shooting it. The sound of barking instantly drove me into panic and fury. I constantly forced myself to be kind and understanding, although I felt destructive and chaotic. I had to eat every 2 hours to keep a semblance of equilibrium, but I was never hungry. After being that way for over 3 years, I feared I might remain that way for life. I worked hard at being optimistic, but often I wanted to die. I experimented and learned that a little cooked starches in combination with raw fat and fresh fruit could control my depression and rage. This experience inspired me to ponder about how much violence is a result of ill health. I speculated that most is. Now, almost 6 years later, I am mostly happy again. I triumphed over death, against all odds again, and I healed without being crippled. As I fall asleep in the warm bath, I wonder, again, how will Jeff fare? If he lives, will he be completely paralyzed? Will he be happy? Mum and I walk back into Jeff's hospital room at 4:45 p.m., 24 hours after my arrival. I carry a small cooler of food. A nurse stands at one side of the bed. Ben sits at the other. Margaret and a volunteer stand at the end of the bed. Everyone has more energy. They seem optimistic and more relaxed. I feel relieved. As I pass behind the volunteer, I see that Jeff's eyes are open. He sees me and his eyes widen. His left eyebrow rises and his mouth opens in a left-sided laugh. He lifts his left arm, greeting me. Ben smiles but looks hurt. The nurse looks shocked and says to no one in particular, "Who's he that gets such a hello?" Jeff's lucky. He has 2 fathers, Ben says with a tense smile. No wonder everyone is more cheerful. Jeff recovered from his coma. Within moments Jeff falls asleep. We say our greetings and Mom cuts the tension with light talk. After the nurse checks Jeff's vital signs, I put honey butter under his tongue. Another nurse escorts Dua Bracely into the room. She nods toward me, smiles wryly at the doctor and walks out. Dua Bracely approaches me. We formally introduce ourselves. Can we talk in the hall? The doctor asks Ben and me. We follow him. I know it's a miracle that Jeff's out of the coma, but it may not be a blessing. His brain damage is extensive. Although the body can repair the brain cells don't reproduce like other cells. Jeff will have very little control over his body. Last evening, I watched him yank his catheter out. It took his mother and 2 nurses to rest him still. I counter. That was an unconscious body response. He will have no conscious control. He won't be able to take care of himself, even feed himself, the doctor says and pauses. His brain is cleaning and healing. When I walked in today, he smiled and raised his entire left arm and waved at me even though it looked more like a Nazi salute. I say, hoping humor will lighten the tension. And he hasn't seen me in 4 years. For his brain to assimilate and respond on that data in that manner, he can hardly be considered a vegetable. He did. The doctor asks, looking to Ben. Ben nods. Yes, 2-year-olds recognize their parents. They can wave, smile and even laugh, but Jeff will never be normal. He will not have control of his right side. He will never walk. I look at Ben and see in his face the memories and hardships that he and Mary experienced with their daughter who had been paraplegic. She did not properly develop hip bones. I remember seeing a picture of her with black hair, sprightly look and kind demeanor. I recall Jeff and Mom telling me that she was always cheerful and sweet. She died on the operating table when she was 6 years old. Although that was 10 years ago, the thought of Jeff being crippled seems to regurgitate those feelings in Ben. I feel angry at the doctor for his hopeless prognosis. The fluids that have built up under Jeff's skull are putting pressure on the brain and causing further damage. We are going to operate in the morning and drain them. The idea of them drilling panics me. I take 2 deep breaths slowly. The doctor assumes that my pause is agreement, so I blurt out, "It will only create more problems for Jeff to heal." They look as if I've punched them. The doctor regains composure and says, "I understand your concern, but I will drill small holes from which we can draw out the fluids as they build. This kind of procedure has risk but much to gain. You told everyone he would die, no question," I say. The fluids that are in his brain supply healing nutrients and cleans dead tissue. The raw fats I have been giving him have made that natural process possible, and he recovered from his coma. With the concentrated raw fat, his body will not call for more fluids than the areas need to cleanse and heal. We need to supply the proper nutrients. Be patient and let his body heal. Jeff will get better. Ben's face shows shock and fear. I don't believe he had ever heard anyone refute a doctor. Smiling patronizingly, the doctor says, "As I said, it is a miracle that Jeff is out of his coma, but the water on his brain is a fact. We have to remove it. Let me share my position with you," I say, getting in his face. "You don't know the logic of Jeff's healing, so you call it a bizarre miracle. But it is a natural miracle. You know disease and how to attack the body. You drill it, pound it, poison it, sedate it, trying to eliminate symptoms and not causes. This may be oversimplification, but the point is infallible. Are people hyperactive because they're deficient in sedatives? Do diabetics' pancreases stop producing insulin because they're deficient in insulin? Do people have pain because they're deficient in aspirin? Jeff's brain isn't swelling with fluids because he needs holes in his head. Jeff would not be in this hospital if it weren't for Mary and Ben's wishes. But be very sure that I will use whatever power I have to stop you from performing any more surgeries on Jeff." Ben, cringing, remains silent. Bracely, flabbergasted, says, "Very well, then. If we are going to treat Jeff with diet, then we will tuber feed him. If we get him sober, he can eat." I say, "If he isn't eating solid food within 24 hours, we will tuber feed him." "I will at least do that," the doctor says, turns and leaves, ignoring my hint about medication. "Give him a chance," I say after the doctor. I know that the foods they will tuber feed Jeff will be too deficient in nutrients for healing, but I say no more. "Relax, Ben, that was a victory for Jeff." Ben walks away without saying anything. I walk back into Jeff's room. I put honey butter under his tongue. A repairman comes into the anteroom. He checks the medicine cabinet. I watch him replace the lock. I wonder if he'll be able to get back in there. After the repairman leaves, I make Jeff 10 ounces of raw custard. "Jeff, buddy, wake up and eat. You will heal properly and more easily." His eyes open and his mouth drops. I place a half spoonful of custard on his tongue. I close his mouth and bring his head level so he won't choke. I gently glide my fingers downward along his Adam's apple, encouraging him to swallow. He swallows it. I give him another half spoonful, rub his throat, and he swallows. I give him another and he swallows but coughs a little. His cough grows violent. He turns red, choking. I take the vacuum hose and insert it deep into his throat. Globs of mucus with the food flow through the tube. Jeff chokes on the tube as if he will vomit, but I finish clearing his esophagus and he doesn't. I give his throat muscles and nerves several minutes to relax. I feed him another half spoonful. I gently stroke his throat. He swallows. He coughs a little and settles. I give him more. He coughs violently and chokes. I insert the tube deep and suction the mucus. He produces mucus faster than I can feed him. If I suction his throat before every other bite, it'll prevent mucus from blocking his throat. I realize, but right now I'd better let him relax for 4 or 5 minutes. I see that feedings will be long and painful for both of us, but he is eating. Ben and Margaret return with coffee. They stand over Jeff watching him sleep. Jeff looks exhausted but more relaxed. Jeff kept down about 3.5 ounces of custard. I say, he choked a lot, but he kept down that much. Ben and Margaret seem encouraged. Ben wipes the sweat off of Jeff's brow. Jeff would love to be aware of this. He has always resented Ben's aloofness. Ben strokes Jeff's head again affectionately. He sits and stares at nothing. Should I try to talk with him? No, I don't want Ben to feel comfortable enough with me to counter my wishes with the doctors. I feed Jeff a little honey butter to alleviate pain and to continue cleansing his internal wounds. Would you like to get anything to eat? Margaret asks me. I brought food, thank you. How about some hot chocolate? It has milk in it. It would make me hyperactive, jittery, but it'll go with you if you'd like. Yes, that would be nice, Margaret says and stands. We walk to intensive care lounge without saying a word. I realize that I haven't seen Margaret since the day Willie and I built Jeff's swing when Jeff was 2. The lounge is empty. We sit. I fear I'm in for a lecture. So, how's California? She asks. I've moved away 4 times, but I keep going back to Los Angeles. So, except for pollution, I guess it's still the promised land for me, for now. I hear you're on quite a strict diet. Very politely put, thank you. I want you to know that I never gave up on you. Some things just don't work out. And all these years, like Mary, I thought you despised me. You have every right to, you know. Believe me, I know, she says laughing. We have a pleasant talk and I repeat a few of the stories I told Mary. Chapter 9, Monday, September 29th. Mary's arrival wakes me. I reposition my numb and sore bottom on the chair. It's 7 a.m. She and Ben go for coffee. Rather than awaken Jeff, I put honey butter under his tongue. An attendant brings in a food tray. The nurse checks Jeff's vital signs. Mary returns without Ben and immediately assists the nurse. Mary inserts a straw in a carton of orange juice. I cringe because I know this juice is pasteurized and much more acidic than fresh. All of its enzymes and at least 15% of its vitamins are dead and some radical, and the minerals are unstable and radical. It will give Jeff very little with which to heal and will burn his throat. Jeff, it's time to eat something, come on, drink some juice, says the nurse waking him. Jeff, welcome back, boy. Help us out here. You need to get your strength up. Sip a little, now, Mary says. Jeff sips and immediately chokes violently. Mary vacuums his throat. That was a good try, says the nurse. Try again, Jeff, Mary says. Jeff sips and instantly chokes again. Mary vacuums his throat. I can't stand here and keep my mouth shut, so I go to the anteroom. I juice several oranges. I return to Jeff's bedside and exchange orange juices. Mary and the nurse give me looks. Which would you rather drink? I ask. They raise their eyebrows in agreement and feed Jeff the fresh juice. I go for a walk. 45 minutes later I re-enter the room. Mary sits on the bed talking to Jeff, who mumbles incoherently. She seems to understand a little, but I can't understand a word. Jeff dozes off. I guess Ben told you the doctor said Jeff will be a vegetable, I say. Yes, Mary says with her eyes filling. It doesn't have to be that way. The doctor's prior prognosis was that he'd definitely die, no question. They say his brain is permanently damaged. That's not necessarily so. For example, 9 years ago a man named Louis came into Aunt Tilly's too, the health food store where I was the nutritionist. He was a 32-year-old man with a master's degree in library science. Here, radical vitamin or mineral means that the structure has become brittle and or sharp, and or the chemistry has become dangerously acidic. Radicals irritate all types of cells, including blood. Approached me. It took him 4.5 minutes to ask a simple question. At first, I thought he had a severe stuttering problem, but he didn't stumble consistently on consonants. Sometimes he stumbled on vowels. Mostly he stumbled trying to articulate thoughts. Among his many problems, all of his glands were overactive. His nervous system could never keep up with them. He had low blood sugar and protein levels. As a result, I assessed he had severe delays between the analytical, decision-making process and motor response. So his problem was complex. Just like Jeff's. After a 15-minute conversation that took an hour, I presumed that Louis had been this way most of his life. His condition was so normal to himself that he had little awareness of his difference from others. He wondered why he had no real friends. I thought to myself, who has the time or patience? I did. First, I suggested he eat all raw foods and eliminate all of the vitamin, mineral and protein supplements that he consumed. You don't believe in vitamin supplements? Mary asks, shocked. I suggest eating fresh foods that are rich in balanced bioactive enzymes, vitamins and minerals for optimal health rather than consuming supplements. Anyway, Louis showed immediate results. Within 6 months, a 15-minute conversation took only 40 minutes. When did you develop all this patience? My God, it'd go crazy if I had to listen to someone take forever to have a conversation, Mary says. Look back at the patience you had with your daughter. My patience came with better health. Mary nods. How's Louis now? Patience. I realized that Louis must have had synapse, axon and or ganglia damage or mutation. I deduced that if he ate fresh raw ocean fish and raw organically raised free-range fowl, his body could regenerate and rebuild those nerves. Yuck, Mary says. An aversion to flesh food is either conceptual or you're an herbivore. Herbivores have hooves. I don't remember you having hooves. Mary smiles wryly and says, it's the fact that it's raw. That's what I said, conceptual. Although Louis only ate raw fish or fowl twice a month, within a year he managed a 15-minute conversation in 30 minutes. That was half his original time. If we feed Jeff raw meats while his body focuses on healing the brain, he should be able to repair himself in less time than Louis. What about worms and salmonella? Mary says, alarmed and repulsed. Intestinal worms do not thrive in healthy cells. When an intestine becomes excessively toxic and massive tissue degenerates, worms can thrive. Parasites actually help eliminate dead, weak and dangerous degenerative cells. They consume these damaged cells and break them down into substances that the body can most easily eliminate. Or the body can produce virus to dissolve the toxic degenerative tissue, or it can produce a bacterial infection to consume organic degenerative tissue. But those processes usually take more time and are more exhausting. Parasites are always the best and quickest the body can do to cleanse. Jeff's irises indicate he is not in danger of parasites. Now, regarding salmonella and similar bacteria. Normally, foods that naturally contain these bacteria produce a putrid odor when the bacterial count gets high. If you worry about bacteria, when meat stinks, don't eat it. The bacterial count in cooked meat and eggs will grow as much as 60 times higher than in raw food. The waste products from bacteria that feeds on cooked food is 10 times more toxic than the waste products from bacteria feeding on raw food. That's why in our advanced society, bacterial food poisoning is from cooked, packaged or restaurant food. I will not feed Jeff stinky meat. I must be as crazy as you. If it works, do it, Mary says. May I ask you something? What? Why didn't you want me here? After all these years, why do you still hate me? Mary looks straight into my eyes for a moment. When Jeff had his tonsils removed, I submitted the Teamsters insurance forms that you sent when you worked as a dispatcher for that trucking company. I waited months. The Teamsters said they sent you the check because it was your insurance. The check had been cashed. How could you do such a thing? I remember receiving insurance checks regularly for all my medical bills back then. I automatically sent them to the doctors. One of my doctors got a hearty, undeserved tip. Why didn't you call me? I could have looked into it. I had no idea. Mary, I would never purposely do anything like that to you and Jeff. She looks at me, then touches my hand. You trying to live forever? How long isn't all that important to me. Chapter 10. I am in a lush tropical rainforest. I hear Jeff groaning. He sounds far away. I awaken from a dream to find myself in a chair at Jeff's bedside. He thrashes about. With his left hand, he pulls at the boards binding both hands and arms. I look around. Thank God no one is here to see this. Jeff, please. If you pull your tubes and all, the nurses and doctors will sedate you. Or they'll give you a paralyzing drug. You won't be able to eat to get well. It's okay to thrash about if only I am here, but please don't pull your tubes. He continues thrashing but stops pulling at the boards. Great, that's good exercise. I place my fingers in his left palm. Can you grip my fingers? Squeeze. Let me feel your strength. His grip is shaky with little strength, but he does it. Terrific. You are controlling some movements. Now squeeze my fingers with your right hand. His hand doesn't respond. He furrows his brow despondently. It's okay. Give it time. Your car won't recover, but you will. Should I be telling him that? I wonder. Do I know enough to help Jeff get through this? When I didn't know as much as I do now, I was not always successful with my nutritional advice. Failing Lanny was a disappointment to me. In his late 30s, Lanny became severely schizophrenic and depressed. He had been to doctors and they told him that cures were rare and that a lifetime of medication was his only solution. Several years later, doctors convinced him that thyroid removal might help. It did briefly. Then he was labeled incurable and forever dependent on thyroid hormones and antidepressants. I failed Lanny before doctors convinced him to let them remove his thyroid. I was still a die-hard fruitarian-vegetarian. I had encouraged him to fast and follow a raw fruitarian-vegetarian diet. His digestion improved. He felt better, but he was prone to low blood sugar hypoglycemia. I didn't realize then I was this ignorant of that a fruitarian or vegetarian diet is often rapid debilitation for people with hypoglycemia. Fasting or starving the body is rapid debilitation for almost everybody. Nor did I recognize at the time that hypoglycemia and protein deficiency are the main cause of depression. My suggestions were more harmful than helpful to Lanny. Lanny has not been open to my suggestions since. He continues to suffer terribly unless heavily medicated. With or without medication, the most he can do is take care of his basic needs. He cannot work. I miss his vitality, intelligence, compassion and humor. All with meth. Jeff groans and releases me from my misery. Jeff, how about eating some custard? Evening, he says, and I take it as a yes. I make a raw custard in 5 minutes. I raise Jeff's bed so he sits erect as possible. You have been having difficulty swallowing. I have had to vacuum your throat a lot, but be patient with yourself. You are doing very well. The doctor said it is a miracle that you are recovering. It is a natural miracle that depends upon you eating these wonderful live foods that give you their life. In time you won't have any difficulty swallowing, but right now, accept it as a challenge. Okay? I love you, Jeff. I've always wished I could show you that. Lanny said that if I really wanted to, I would have. I suppose that may be true, but I've been focusing on getting myself well all these years. Open a little wider, kiddo. This isn't a baby spoon. He chews a little and swallows on his own. I give him another spoonful. He gets it down easily. I feed him another. He chokes. I vacuum his throat. We start again. Tuesday, September 30th. I open the shades and see the sunrise over the autumn trees on my third morning in the hospital. The parking lot is filling with employees arriving for their next shift and early callers paying visits to loved ones before they go to work. Mary sleeps peacefully but looks uncomfortable sitting in a chair with 2 blankets wrapped around her. One around her upper body and one around her lap and legs. Ashama, Amesursa, Jeff says, awakening Mary. She approaches him. Did you say you're thirsty, Jeff? You're useless. You understood that. I whisper to her. We've known each other for a while. I know, stupid question, I say as I reach for Perrier water. Jeff's left leg moves. Did you see that? He moved his left leg a little, and has conscious. I didn't see, Mary says. Jeff, can you move your left leg? Try. He lifts it. He looks at it. It drops. Hey boy, you did it. All right. Mary says. Sir. Jeff grumbles. Just a minute, kid. Give us a break here. Maybe you're not impressed that you moved your leg, but we are, Mary says. I pour some Perrier water into a cup. Sir. Jeff grumbles. Chill out. Aajonus is pouring you some water right this second. I hand Mary the cup of water with a straw. Don't you think the bubbles will make him choke more? Mary asks. He needs as much oxygen to his brain as possible. Natural carbonation somehow increases nitrogen in the digestive tract and oxygen in the blood. Also, the high natural mineral content will bind with toxic substances and neutralize them. It will reduce water on the brain. Sip just a little at a time, Jeff. He sips. He swallows and coughs a little. Good, sweetheart, Mary soothes. When you're ready, just sip. Jeff lifts his head toward the straw, sips and coughs violently. I vacuum deep into his throat. He gags and spits up. Let's elevate him higher so he sits erect. He'll probably be able to swallow more easily, I say. Jeff reaches for the cup with his left arm and spills it on himself and the bed. Wait a minute, Jeff, Mary says admonishingly, but delighted by his enthusiasm for water. Aajonus has to raise the bed. Well, pour you some more. Jeff looks down at the wetness. We were gonna change your bed anyway. You get a bath every morning right here in bed, Mary consoles. I have to go to work for a change, but Ben, Aajonus and the nurses will bathe and shave you very soon. Just as she says that, Ben arrives. He walks over to Mary and touches her shoulder. She hands him the cup. Jeff's demanding like his old self again. Mary tells Ben, "I told him you'd help with his bath. I need to go clean up for work. Call every couple of hours, would you?" Ben smiles and nods, towering over her. "Don't cause too much trouble, kid," she teases Jeff. She says goodbye and leaves. Later. Jeff grumbles. Ben sits on the bed. He gives Jeff a sip of water. Jeff swallows. He takes another sip and coughs violently. I vacuum his throat. Ben gives him a couple more swallows. The nurse enters and announces, "We're taking Jeff down for a CAT scan." It is several hours after the CAT scan. Bracely approaches me in the hall on my way to Jeff's room. The water on Jeff's brain has diminished, but his progress is as good as it's going to get. If he makes it out of intensive care, think about a long-term facility where they can care for him properly. Call my office and someone will supply you with names of facilities that handle chronic invalids. The doctor gestures toward the nurse beside him. "We will begin tube feeding him." "Excuse me, you said that only if he weren't eating solid food would you tube feed him." "Has eaten custard with eggs, mashed potatoes and butter." I say, "Has not getting any protein." Correct me if I'm wrong. Doesn't science consider eggs protein? I ask. "Has not eating enough. Has almost skin and bones." "That's an exaggeration, doctor, and you know it." "I'm sorry, you cannot tube feed him. Swallowing is good exercise for his head and brain. Tube feeding will cause more irritation and damage to his throat." Yesterday, Jeff wasn't eating at all. In the last 24 hours has consumed 6 ounces of custard, which consisted of 3 eggs, tablespoons of butter with 1 ounce honey, plus has eaten 2 ounces of mashed potatoes with butter. I say, "By tomorrow, had better be eating twice that much or we will tube feed him," the doctor says and walks away. The nurse gives me a disparaging look and walks away. I remind myself that Jeff can make fast progress. I recollect how quickly Ray's wife responded in a crisis. Ray was slender, well-educated and a gentle man. He came into Aunt Tilly's asking about supplements for his wife. He told me that she had a malignant tumor wrapped like an octopus around her brain stem. The doctors thought that the tumor had been forming for years. They told Ray that his wife would not live more than a few months, that the only chance she had was an operation to cut away the tumor and scrape the brain stem. They said her chances of surviving the operation were remote. I suggested that Ray refuse the surgery and feed his wife a blend of fresh raw tomatoes, stony-pressed wheat germ oil 3 times daily, and as much fresh carrot juice as she wanted. "I don't know about calling off the surgery, but I'll give your suggestions a try." "Thank you for your help," Ray said. He turned in the aisle and walked toward produce. 4 weeks later, Ray returned, looking forlorn. "I guess my suggestions didn't work," I said. "On the contrary, the day I talked with you the test showed that the tumor was solidly adhered to her brain stem. She ate what you suggested and 10 days later, when the doctors removed the tumor, it had miraculously detached their wording, but they scraped the brain stem anyway, fearing metastasis. She's been in a coma for weeks. They don't expect her to come out of it." Back then, I didn't know anything about how to help someone recover from coma, so I wasn't able to help her further. But just as Ray's wife had responded quickly, so could Jeff. I won't let her. Bracely confuse me. I'll trust my intuition that everything will be fine. Again, I stand looking at the locked medicine cabinet. I have a fresh custard sitting on the counter. I insert the bent prong of the fork into the new lock and turn. "Please, please open," I chant to myself. It opens more easily than the broken one did. I remove the fresh bottles of Dilantin and close the cabinet. I dump the drug into the sink, wash it down the drain with cold water and fill the bottles with raw custard. I sit close to Jeff's bedside reading and memorizing the play I am to perform 3 days from now. Merosis Fune. Jeff struggles. "I'm sorry, Jeff. I can't understand you." Mary's gone for something to eat. She'll be back in about an hour. Are you hungry? Yes. Is no longer available. An unheated stone-pressed or granite-pressed olive oil is equivalent. Would you like to try something more solid? You will have to chew more to turn it liquid enough to swallow. It will help you regenerate tissue quickly and easily. Shall we give it a try? Yes. I removed 2 small canning jars from the side table. In one is a combination of room temperature raw fish, raw beef and unheated honey that I had made into in a food processor. In the other jar is tablespoons of unsalted raw butter. I immerse both jars, lids tight, in the sink full of hot water only as hot as my hand can take. While I wait for the butter to melt, I raise the bed so Jeff is in a sitting position. Then I pour and mix the melted butter into the to help him swallow. Okay, my boy, here we go. I'm going to put only a small amount in your mouth first, to see how you handle it. Okay. Jeff's eyes nod and his mouth opens. Open just a little wider, please. Thank you. I sweep the pit into his mouth by passing the spoon over his upper teeth and lip. He sits there in a stupor. It won't go down if you let it sit there. You have to chew a little or suck to mix saliva with it. He does both. That's excellent. Stay calm and swallow only when you sense it will go down easily. Okay. Good. Great. That's terrific. You did it. Okay. Would you like another? Good. I place another half spoonful in his mouth. He goes into another daze. Jeff, you have to chew each time. That's it. He coughs. The cough graduates to choking. Don't panic. You are not going to choke to death. I vacuum his throat. He settles. I'll tell you what. I'll vacuum your throat each time before each bite, so mucus will not block your throat and make you choke. An hour later, Jeff sleeps peacefully and I sit memorizing the play. Mary returns and I tell her, well, he did it. He ate the food that will start repairing his brain quickly and completely. You got him to eat raw meat. Mary says fearfully, he swallowed about 3 ounces before he got tired. Did he choke much? No more than usual. I guess we'll discover soon enough if it kills or helps him. The first time I ate raw meat, I thought it would kill me, but here I sit. I say knowing Mary has no idea how literally I meant that. Chapter 11. 5. Wednesday, October 1st. Ate me out. There isn't my. Ate me out. Isn't me. Ate me Lewis. I leap from my chair, startled awake. Easy, Jeff. No one is going to hurt you. I'm making sure of that. Ate me out. Jeff, it's okay. If you get too unruly, they'll drug you. And then, I don't know if I would be able to feed you so you can heal properly and quickly. Thrash around, if you like. It's good exercise. But don't pull your tubes or make too much noise, please. I seem to have said that 15 times in the last 4 days. Listen, I would like you to think about eating as much custard and meat as you can today. I'm leaving for Los Angeles late this afternoon. And you are stay. I'll be back tomorrow night or Friday morning. Tomorrow, you'll be getting a full injection of a drug I've been sabotaging. You need to eat a lot of custard so the raw eggs will prevent the drug from creating too much havoc in your body. I don't know if your mother will feed you the meat while I'm gone, so it would be beneficial for you to eat as much as possible now. That way you'll continue healing your brain while I'm gone. Okay. He lifts his right arm as if he were intending to gesture with it, but it drops. Okay, you moved your right arm. Was that a choice? I certainly know. What the heck? Try it again. His brow furrows. His mouth twists. He exerts tremendous effort. Finally, his right arm raises slowly and rests on his stomach. That's great. Can you move your right leg? He moves his left leg fairly easily. No, your right leg. His right leg doesn't respond. Try one more time. Again, he moves his left leg. That's your left leg. Try the other one. I'm touching your right leg. Can you feel it? He looks bewildered. I pat his shin. He nods. Terrific. Can you move it? He twists the muscles in his shoulders, neck and face. He bites his lower lip. He rolls his head back. He does all of this to help himself lift the leg. It raises an inch at the knee. He lets go, exhausted. You did it. You moved your knee a little. That's a start. What's this I hear? You moved your right leg, says the nurse behind me, startling me. He moved his right arm even more. Can I see? Asks the nurse. Jeff, will you move your right arm for me? He tightens the muscles in his shoulders and face again. The arm doesn't move. I know it's difficult. Try again, says the nurse. He tries with all of his might. He lifts it an inch and drops it. That was pretty good. I put 2 of my fingers in your right palm. Grip as tightly as you can. Try real hard. Jeff's eyes look around but not at anything outside of himself. He seems to search for some connection to those fingers. He doesn't find any. You can't. She says more as a statement than a question. That's okay, Jeff. Yesterday you couldn't move your right arm at all. Maybe tomorrow you'll move your fingers. No problem. It's just a matter of time. Okay. I turn to the nurse and ask, what time do Jeff's doctors usually come on Wednesdays? Sometime between 10 and 2. Usually. Be sure the doctor reads on the chart that Jeff ate 5 ounces of hamburger between yesterday and this morning. I say without mentioning the words raw and fish. Therefore, please, enter on Jeff's chart that I formally refuse tuber feeding. Are you leaving us? I'm taking a day's rest. I say because I don't trust that my wishes will be followed if the hospital staff and doctors know I will be gone. You certainly deserve it, she says and turns to Jeff. Are you ready for your bath, young man? What was that? I didn't understand you. He says he doesn't like sponge baths. I say, that's what he said. More or less. Well, okay, we'll postpone it for a while. Okay, Jeff. She strokes Jeff's hair off of his forehead. Senor, my lord, he didn't swear at me, did he? No. He said thank you. You're welcome, Jeff. I have to check your blood pressure and temperature, okay? Jeff nods. Good. Thank you. Bath time. Mary asks as she enters. Sesh, don't mention bath. Jeff doesn't like them today, so we're putting it off for as long as we can, says the nurse. You mean for as long as we can stand him? You want to stink us out, boy. Mary says. Jeff gets upset. She's teasing you. You know how mothers tease, I say and take Mary aside. I'm leaving for a day and a half. I have a rehearsal tonight and a performance tomorrow morning. I was wondering if I know I'm asking for a long shot, but would you consider, please think about it before you answer, okay? Mary says straight-faced, is your name Louise? Funny, that was good. Would you be willing to feed Jeff the unheated honey butter mix? Make some raw custard and feed him some raw meat while I'm gone. I'll leave everything you'll need in the cooler here. I don't know about the raw meat, but the rest I can handle. I have to go buy some eggs, pepper, oranges and bananas for Jeff. I don't feed him the honey butter mix by itself too often. I mash banana and mix it in. It relaxes his muscles and is better at relieving pain. You really have all this nutritional stuff down. I'm always working on it. I rely on myself and not doctors for good health. I learned a long time ago that going to allopathic doctors is like playing a state lottery. A handful of people will benefit and millions lose. Regardless, the medical business gets rich. That's just the way it is. Our society makes too many choices based on economics. Have you ever met a doctor you respect? Do you think anything they do is beneficial? I respect Robert Mendelssohn as a doctor who realized the medical search find destroy methodology is futile. Has written several books about it. And yes, I think that doctors who put disfigured accident victims back together and relocate broken bones are wonderful. But the way doctors treat infection and disease, and conditions like Jeff's, assaults the detoxification and healing processes. I don't think I would care to have your view. Mendelssohn once said that the poor are fortunate because they can't afford doctors. Chapter 11. As I park my car, I feel like I've left a dream. I take another deep breath and realize the air quality is bad. Here I am back in Los Angeles after a long day at the hospital, an hour's drive to Cincinnati Airport in Kentucky, a 5-hour flight with a 2-hour nap, a taxi from Lax to home in the slums of Beverly Hills, and the drive to Hollywood for rehearsal. I exit my car and approach an old-style Spanish apartment building. I knock on the door and wait a few moments. Lorraine, the director, opens the door and smiles with wide eyes, sparkling. You're here. I left a message from the airport that it'd be 30 minutes late. You didn't get it? Yes, but I'm just excited that you are here. Thanks, I say, and wonder what would it be like to always be greeted that way. Lorraine, about 30, very attractive with an educated and relaxed grace, says, I'm happy your son is improving, Aajonus, but I really feel awful that you left him. 16 to 24 hours a day in that hospital has been intense. I couldn't think of a better way to release my tension than doing this. Thank you for your concern. I'm glad you're here too. I'm Faye, says the 30-something, lean and fit actress with whom I will be working. Hi, I'm Aajonus. You look great for the role, I say sincerely. And you look great for yours, she says as she flips her short red hair back. I know you're tired, so we'll make this rehearsal as brief as possible, says Lorraine to me. She shows a stage blocking as she moves agilely around her lovely Spanish-style living room. These chairs will be the park bench on and around which you will work. Before we go any further, I have a reservation, I say. When I auditioned, I didn't know my character was fighting in the Golden Gloves. I had no idea he was 20 years old. I'm one of those actors who would like to think he can do almost anything, and will try. But my God, my son's that young. Good actors are excused of some imperfections, so don't worry. This is just an exercise for directors to better learn their craft, Lorraine says. Just wanted to admit that I know I'm physically too old for this character. Up close you look like you're 28 or 29. The audience is going to be at least 10 feet away. You'll look 20, no problem. You're perfect or I wouldn't have cast you. Okay, I say. The two of you are taking a walk together and you come to this park bench. Stop and talk. Faye, flirt with him. You've been with your stuffy boxing manager boyfriend too long and this young man is refreshing. Aajonus, your character is naive but loyal. So even though you are aroused by her, you would never make a pass at your manager's girlfriend. All right. Let's do it, Lorraine says. Thursday, October 2nd, standing in the hall in my apartment. I am on the phone, waiting, dressed for the performance. 50 slacks and net short-sleeved shirt. Intensive care unit, says a female voice. Hi. May I speak with the head nurse, please? One moment, please. This is Mrs. Bain. How may I help you? This is Aajonus. How is my son, Jeff? Room 317. Marshall. Oh, you'll have to ask his doctor. I can't give out any information. You know how difficult it is to track down a doctor. I'm not going to be around a phone where anyone can reach me for 4 or 5 hours. Please, just tell me if Jeff is stable, improved or worsened since yesterday afternoon. Has not with us anymore. He didn't die. He was transferred from intensive care. You will have to call admissions for his room. My son's out of danger. Thank you. He's not in danger. Have a fabulous day, Mrs. Bain. 10:40. At the American Film Institute, I watch 40 directing fellows applauding Faye and me enthusiastically. This moment, at the end of a performance, is the only time I allow myself to notice the audience. Professor Dawn stands and says, "Yes, it was very good." She waits another moment for everyone to quiet, but each scene has to be more than that. The actors were interesting, believable. We could relate to them, but what was missing? Film is visual. Let's give them action, something to do within their characters. Aajonus is playing a viable contender in the Golden Gloves, right? Aajonus, I would like you to practice your foot and fist work during the scene. Let's do it again. Actors, take your places. 10 minutes later, Faye, in character, rises from the bench, approaches me and says, "I just think you should be careful of Tom. Watch your back." I give my imaginary opponent a succession of quick jabs to the stomach, then dance back. I duck an imaginary punch to my right eye. I come back with a barrage of jabs to his face. Don't worry, I can take care of myself. I stop shuffling and jabbing the air. I'm breathing heavily but not winded. I have to get back. "I'll see you later." Cut, Professor Dawn says. The room fills with whistling, howling and applause. You see how exciting it was after adding action appropriate for one character. Let's give Faye and Aajonus another thank you, and that's it for today. They applaud. Faye and I bow and leave. 10. Just having awakened from a nap, I lie in Beatrice's bed watching her undress. Her athletic Latin body is covered with lightly tanned satin skin and accented with rich black hair. What are you thinking about? How a nap a day gives me more waking hours in a day, and how much better I think and function. Why, were you thinking I was making love to you while you undressed? I tease. Yes, I'm embarrassed. Don't be. I was also admiring your beauty. Would you mind if we didn't make love right now, sweetheart? Can we talk? Sure. What's on your mind? I ask. I spent 3 of the 5 days you were gone staying with Iwansa. She shared all the wonderful things you two did together, and how you saved her life. She's still very much in love with you. I don't know if I could love anyone as much as she loves you. May I ask a few questions? Answer aloud only if you want. Would a rose look to a gardener for how a rose should grow? If the rose were able to produce the chemicals to break down the soil, absorb the nutrients and recreate them the way a gardenia does, then would the rose be a rose or a gardenia? A rose would probably go crazy trying to behave like something it wasn't, Beatrice says. Okay, then, how can you know what you personally feel about anything if you are immersed in Owen's thinking and feelings? Is it important for you to judge your thinking and feeling by hers? Sometimes, if I don't like the way I feel, or the results of what I'm doing, that's what education is all about. True, other people's experience can be inspiring, but if you were to try to feel and think the way anyone else does, then aren't you like the rose trying to be a gardenia? If anyone did that in school, wouldn't they be admonished for plagiarism? I ask. This is getting too confusing. Sorry. What's your favorite color? It varies, but mostly rich reds. Why? I don't know. I like the way it makes me feel. Do you think that Owen's passion for pink makes your passion for red less or wrong? I get the point. And you're absolutely right. But I feel so much empathy for her. She wants you to be her lover again, and I feel like I'm the reason you're not in love with her. I feel like I'm taking you away from her. I guess it better start from the beginning. Owensa and I met on Jekyll Island, Georgia. The couple who owned the local health food store referred Owensa to me. When Owensa came for her first appointment, she was frail, trim and pallid as a corpse. She trembled. Her skin on the back of her arms hung like an elderly person's. She was allergic to everything but fresh self-squeezed grapefruit juice. She had been diagnosed as having terminal cancer, 16 malignant tumors in her liver, 30 pea-sized tumors in her spine, 6 in her uterus, and innumerable tiny non-malignant tumors in her brain. She was given as little as 1 week to live. How old was she? 34. Aajonus and I sat and talked about her diet, and she really had only 1 week to live. She was in danger of suffering a stroke at any moment. And when you're down to one food in liquid form and you can't even drink water without getting maddening hives, the end is very near. But I was optimistic. Right then and there, I gave her a selection of foods to eat in combination. She was afraid to eat any one of them alone, so the idea of eating them all together terrified her. I asked her what she had to gain and lose. She ate for 2.5 hours while I explained my theories and conclusions about diet. She didn't get one hive. She was elated. Since then, she gets hives only twice a year for 2-week periods of when she goes through a lymph detoxification. I also instructed her to get more sleep because most healing happens in the sleep state. She had her own gift shop and worked an 8 to 12-hour day there. I insisted that she tell her husband and son to fix their own meals, do their own laundry and tidy after themselves. Her husband had a fit because she wouldn't be making him any more stuffed mushrooms. She divorced him. She told me the same story. She said you nursed her back to health. You were her angel. Her body, with the proper foods and sleep, healed itself. I didn't. I helped her discover what foods were right for her body at any given time, which she does very well on her own now by following her instincts and intuition. Anyway, her cancer went into remission immediately, but her body will be discarding those tumors, particle by particle, for years to come. When her husband left and she had to surrender the gift shop, she couldn't handle all the bills on her own and get well too, so we rented a house together. We fell in love. Several months later, I ate the poisonous mushroom that killed every feeling I had but pain, empathy and my sense of smell. And everything smelled awful. I lost my sexual drive too. I had been the picture of health and overnight I became as sick as she had been most of the time. Aajonus and I went from making love 3 to 5 times daily to sip. That was difficult for her. She said she had never experienced the passion we shared. We took turns nursing each other, and yes, I nursed her a lot more, but we did what was compassionate. We loved and cared for each other. We still do. But, basically, the romance ended when my senses died with the poisonous mushroom. When my sexuality returned 5 years later, it was not for Aajonus. Until a few months ago, when you and I met, that kind of affection was something I thought had ended for me. I can't transfer my passion for you onto Aajonus. It would be debilitating and fruitless to try to be a bird of paradise if what I am is a sunflower. I joke. Hi, sunflower. Do you want to shine on me? Beatrice says, leaning on me and nibbling my ear. Chapter 13. The next day, Friday, back in Cincinnati. I am feeling sprightly after my 2-hour nap on the plane. I amble down the hall to Jeff's new room. I enter. Hi, kiddo, it's Johnny. Direct from Los Angeles, I say, imitating the Johnny Carson show. The room is empty of visitors. Now that you're in a regular room, no one stays with you. Hey, they're killing me. I gotta get out of here. They're killing me, Dad. They're evil, he pleads. The right side of his face is still predominantly paralyzed. I find it hard to look at him. I will get used to it again. I used to get paranoid when they gave me medication that lowered my blood pressure. I thought the sky was falling on me. I knew this would happen to you, so I slowly melted some unsalted raw butter and blended in some fresh garlic and mixed it with some raw that I made. All before I boarded the plane. Jeff slowly moves his left hand to my chest, grasps my shirt and pulls me toward him. I am just noticing that neither of his arms are taped to boards. They're trying to kill me, in back, and I assure you, they won't get away with it. I won't care if I'm dead. Whoa, you really have improved. Jeff, what I meant was, I'm not going to let them kill you. I think the fear you feel is biological. Your blood pressure is too low. Open your mouth and eat this. The danger you are feeling will pass. Chew or mix it around in your mouth so saliva will thin it. It will be easier to swallow. Are you conscious enough to do all of this without me talking you through it? Jeff shakes his head no. Then I'll talk you through it when I see you distracted, okay? He nods. The hospital personnel are not purposely trying to kill you. They simply don't understand the subtle disasters that lowering your blood pressure causes. What they normally do is counter danger symptoms of fear and panic with a drug that'll dope you. I had been sabotaging that drug before I left. I'm sorry I couldn't get here an hour sooner, or I could have sabotaged the injection again. But the flight was late. If they see you panic like this, they'll drug you more and you won't be able to eat. I'm called feasting. Before I give you another bite, I'll put some honey in it. If the body needs its temperature raised, unheated honey with raw meat and or raw butter will raise it. It'll be about 20 minutes before it takes effect. So please be patient. I'll get you another blanket. You want to hear a joke? Yes. Since you'll be getting out of here soon and coming to visit me, I'll tell you a traveler's joke. I'm trying to visit you. I was hoping you would want to. Yes. Great. The passenger walks up to a ticket agent and says, "What ticket agent?" I'm telling you the joke. The passenger approaches a ticket agent and says, "Send this bag to Hong Kong, that one to Honolulu, and the last one to Fiji." "We can't do that, sir. You're only going to Los Angeles." "Well, you did the last time I was here, and I had no luggage when I got there." Ooh. I know, it only hurts when you laugh. No more jokes for you. Ooh. An hour passes and Jeff is completely calm and warm. A stout woman enters, says, "Hi, Jeff. I'm Adele. I'm your speech therapist. We'll be working together until you're well enough to leave the hospital and go to a rehabilitation facility. We'll start off working 30 minutes or more, or until you become too tired." Adele seems annoyed with my presence and says to me, "Jeff and I need to be alone. Would you be so kind?" "Thank you, Jeff. I want you to say the word day." Feeling a bit insulted, I leave and walk to the anteroom. There. That was pretty good. This time put the end of your tongue on the roof of your mouth, not at the back of your teeth. The roof of your mouth. Day. There. Better. Put your tongue a little higher on the roof of your mouth. And this time, close your mouth a little at the end of the word to round off the sound. Day. Excellent. You know, you may never be the fast talker you were before, but that'll be kind of sexy. Be patient. I have to be, so it's only fair you be patient with me. A deal? Yes. Adele looks over at me in the anteroom, rises, comes over, gives me a look, closes the lavender mini blinds, and walks back to Jeff. Whoa, she doesn't like me. I feel hurt and I don't even know her. An hour later I return to Jeff's room. "Did Adele wear you out?" Yes. "Hi, Jeff." A voice comes resounding from behind me, startling me. I step aside. A large African-American gentleman in a hospital uniform passes me. Owning the room with his presence, he says to Jeff, "I'm Harold. I'll be your physical therapist while you're here. Looks like your easy days of lying around are over. You ready to get that body back to doing something? Would you like me to leave?" I ask, "I'm Harold, who might you be?" "I'm Aajonus, like homogeneous without the hem. I'm one of Jeff's fathers, the biological one." "What did you do, become a father at 7 years old?" 17 years old. "What is your secret?" "You don't want to hear." "Gotcha. Jeff and I'll work an hour or 2 a day. If you work some with him, it's better you do it right. So watch and learn." "Thank you. I appreciate that. We'll have Jeff dancing from this hospital," I say. Harold gives me a distressed look. Then he looks to Jeff and says, "Your nervous system has been badly damaged, Jeff. So, we are working with limitations. We'd all better come to the realization right now that you'll probably never dance. But we'll get you moving as much as we can. We might even get you on a walker someday. Maybe. We'll just do the very best we can, so try real hard, okay?" "Yes, Harold, if I sound offensive, understand and forgive me. Just let me take 1 minute to tell Jeff about Oscar, one of my clients." "Go for it." "Jeff, Oscar was 22 your age when he came to me. He had knee injuries. He was a ski instructor and loved skiing. The doctors said that he must have surgery or he would have a lot of trouble and pain for the rest of his life. They told him that with or without surgery he would never ski again. Oscar refused surgery. I suggested a diet that was heavy in raw eggs, raw meat with unsalted raw butter, no salt-added raw cheese, avocado, raw milk, and a little raw fruit and raw germinated grains." Harold gives me a strange look, but I continue. "Within 9 months." Chapter 14. Next afternoon, Saturday, October 4th. I walk down the hall past nurses, orderlies, patients, visitors and doctors on the way to Jeff's room. "Aajonus," the nurse calls. I stop and approach the nurse's station. "My shift ends in about 30 minutes. Did you forget to tell me what Jeff ate last night and so far today?" "Oh, yes. 3 ounces of fish, 4 ounces beef, half cup of potatoes, tablespoons of butter, 4 ounces of honey, cup of custard, 6 ounces fruit juice and 6 ounces of water. He still coughs a little, but I only had to vacuum his throat twice. Very impressive. Words around that you're feeding him raw eggs and meat," she angles. "I would have to say that is very true. Raw, or should I say, live foods, are what have made Jeff's progress impressive. Potato is the only thing I've fed him that's been cooked." She glares at me without saying anything. "Is there something else you want to know?" I ask. She smiles willy and I get a bad feeling. She gestures no. "Excuse me, then. I'm going to see if Jeff needs anything. I've been gone several hours. Have a pleasant evening. Are you working tomorrow?" "My husband and I are going to my mother's for dinner," she asserts. "Why is being friendly often considered a come one?" To make my intention clear, I say, somberly, "I wish you and your family a wonderful day off together, Mrs. Macaulay. Thank you." As I amble into Jeff's room, I take a playful ape-like posture to amuse Jeff. I see a pretty, petite young lady with light hair sitting in Jeff's room. I straighten up, embarrassed. She looks familiar. She stands as I come closer. I notice Jeff sleeping. "Hi, I'm Stacy," she says with a frothed smile. "Jeff's fiance." I say, remembering her from the picture Jeff sent me of them at Stacy's prom. "I'm Aajonus. I'm happy to meet you. Does Jeff know you're here?" "Yes, but he fell asleep. He's pretty drained," I say. "Jeff talked a lot about you." "He did." I wonder from whom he got his information. "That's true. You certainly haven't been around for him to get it firsthand," she says playfully. "I'm Ralph," says a young man, who stands to greet me. "Jeff and I were best friends. Jeff is no longer considered dead, so I assume you're still best friends," I say jovially. Ralph gives Stacy a non-committal look that frightens me. "Jeff hasn't had a relapse in the last 6 hours, has he?" I dart over to Jeff. He sleeps quietly. "No, he's doing okay," Stacy says. "Have you talked to him?" I ask. "He's hard to understand, but he recognizes us," Stacy says and hesitates. "But I think he's completely forgotten what he did." "What do you mean?" I ask. "You don't know?" Stacy asks rhetorically, wishing she hadn't mentioned it. "What do you know?" Ralph asks. "He lost control of his car and went down a ravine. Did you know he was carrying a loaded revolver when it happened?" Ralph asks. "No. Maybe we'd better sit down," Ralph says empathically. A chill runs up and down my spine. Stacy begins. The night before the accident, Jeff and I got in a fight about something that happened a few days ago. The three of us had been hanging out at Ralph's house. Jeff and I were fooling around inside. Ralph was by the pool. Jeff was drinking a lot and getting crazy. He went into one of the bedrooms to sleep it off. I went out to the pool. I gave Ralph a harmless, friendly kiss. Jeff saw us and snapped, got crazy jealous, accused Ralph and me of having an affair. I was engaged to Jeff and Ralph was his best friend. Then Ralph says, we tried to reason with him. He said he'd been watching Stacy and me together for a long time, that we were getting along too well to be just friends. Accused me of fucking Stacy. I was his best friend. Called her a slut. She was his fiancée. Stacy resumes the story. An hour or so before the accident, I called and told Jeff that I'd filed a police report against him for hitting me. He just kept saying things like, "You're fucking Ralph, aren't you, you whore? I'll kill you. You can't do this to me, you bitch." I told him he was insane and I hung up. Then he called me, Ralph says, and he said, "I'm coming to kill both of you." Next thing we knew, his mother called to tell us he had had an accident. The police called to ask how much he'd had to drink, about some drugs and the loaded gun. Chapter 15. Next day, Sunday, October 5th. I don't want to use the bedpan. I can go to the toilet, Jeff says as he sits up. He slides his legs to the side of the bed. Margaret and I help Jeff position himself on the edge. We take him by the arms. We get ready to move him to the wheelchair. I can walk, Jeff says. No, Jeff. Margaret says. I have to go to the bathroom. Jeff, now you stop it. You can't do it. Please, sweetheart, she says. Let him try, I say, knowing very well that he has only slight movement in his right side. If you think you can walk, well, help you. You are just planning to walk the 2 steps to the wheelchair, aren't you? I can do it on my own. No, Jeff. Margaret says. Grandma, you can do it. But you can't. Let him. He won't know unless he tries. You never know, I say, allowing for a miracle. And my skeptical side assumes that if he falls on his face he will know his limitations. We won't have to wrestle and argue with him. I am sabotaging his medication, so he is not drugged and he will remember. Jeff lifts himself by pushing with his left arm. I help balance him on his feet. Can you feel both feet on the floor? I ask. Yes, he says with more air than voice. He has that look infants have when they first try standing on their own. I can see he is convincing himself that he can do it. Okay, Lee, go. Just to be safe, can you step forward with your right foot? I ask. He slides it forward very slowly and shakily. I'm impressed. Now can you put your weight on it while you lift your left leg forward? He gives me a frustrated look. I know, people can walk very well until they're asked to think about it. But I'm just trying to help you explore your strength, or lack of it. Let me go, now. Okay, we're letting you go very slowly, I say. Jeff stands on his own, shakily. I reach for a pillow to throw under him in case he falls. He bends his left knee. He shifts his weight onto his right side and collapses. He crashes to the floor before I can get the pillow under him. His reflexes are so slow his arms don't brace the fall. He lands hard. I cringe. A lump forms on his brow as fast as my ego shrinks. Margaret and I lift him up. We put him into the wheelchair. I can't do it, he says, embarrassed, grieved and humbled. It's okay. Now you know for sure. Take your time, work with the therapist and you'll be walking in no time. The doctors say you will never walk again. Take what they say very lightly. They don't know what we know, I say. What do we know? Jeff asks with surprised innocence. We know what foods in what form will help your body heal. Eating them. Better and more than I imagined. That's good. That's wonderful. I'm going to wheel you into the toilet now. You won't mind if we help you onto the toilet, will you? I ask. No, I need you to help me, police. Such a polite cripple. I'm not a cripple. I'm teasing you. I'm sorry. That was in bad taste. I know. I was trying to lighten us up. I want to talk to you about something and am afraid to. But here it goes. I hope the anxiety from your accident will inspire you to take better care of yourself. Avoid drugs, including alcohol. Sermon said and done. I put it to rest, okay? No, you are right. Shall we go to the toilet, or would you rather use the bedpan? Toilet. Let's wheel you in. Next afternoon, Monday, October 6th. A grey-suited, gaunt, thin, austere, somewhat anxious man enters Jeff's room and looks around. I have a bad feeling about him. Jeff has gone to physical therapy. Are you another doctor? I ask with trepidation that he might be. I am the president of this hospital. You are Aajonus. Hi. It's Aajonus. I extend my hand. We shake hands. He furtively wipes his hand on his pants. I surmise that he is terribly germ-phobic. Either his immune system is very low, or he has allergies or has just paranoid. I understand you have brought raw meat and eggs into this hospital, he says confrontationally. Is there a problem? Raw meat and eggs carry disease. They don't belong anywhere in this hospital, except the kitchen. In fact, for sanitation, no meat or eggs come into this hospital raw. Everything but fresh fruit is processed, he says with pride and authority. Hospital food is the most processed and denatured. Is that something to be proud of? Does it have any life to give sick people? I want you to remove all raw food from the hospital. He waits glaringly for my acceptance. May I say something about the disease theory? Those bacteria show up in lab tests. All of us have the syphilis germ within us, like meat has bacteria. However, active bacteria are distressing only when they feed on toxic substances, like in cooked, processed and chemically grown food. The bacterial count in cooked meat and eggs will grow 60 times higher than in raw meat and eggs before it produces a putrid odor. The waste produced by bacteria feeding on cooked food is extremely toxic. That's why bacterial food poisoning in this country is from cooked, packaged or restaurant food. I could not find one laboratory test that proved bacteria living on raw meat caused food poisoning in animals who ate it. Are you going to remove what I asked? Would you stop doing something for your son that has been helpful and working because I asked you to? I ask. Not likely. Then may I have a little latitude, please? Decades of research documents and photographs held by the Presiputinger Foundation in La Mesa, California, prove that raw meat, raw dairy and raw foods in general create excellent health, free of disease. That's the Presiputinger Foundation, in case you want to research the raw issue before you make that decision. Shall I call security? Fresh raw meat promotes cellular reproduction, good health and vitality. I'm not going to argue the issue. The facts as I know them are that raw meat and eggs cause disease. Now, if you don't remove those items, I will have security come and do it. And you with it. Please. My son's life is at stake. The doctors said my son would be a vegetable, living off machines. When Jeff's progress shattered that prognosis, they said he would be paralyzed and have the mind of a 2-year-old. Look what the raw meat and eggs have done. The raw foods continued to heal him and have made that prognosis obsolete. He raises his voice. The medication and everything the doctors and nurses have done in this hospital have saved your son. I can't tell him that I sabotaged the medication, and arguing that all the hospital has done was to house, butcher, radiate and drug Jeff would get me thrown out. Shall I call security? Let me ask one more thing, please. He shakes his head disgustedly but lets me talk. How would it look if the media got a hold of this miracle story and it said that the president of this hospital risked a young man's life by changing what had been working? How many people would be willing to come to your hospital? Don't threaten me. Actually, it was intended as a wake-up call, I say, trying to lighten the air. Don't try my patience any longer. Take that raw food out of my hospital. I am pissed, but I know that more argument would be detrimental. Take it easy. I'll take it to the car, I say, knowing very well that I will sneak it in later. I lift my collar and carry it from the hospital. 2 hours later, Jeff and Harold have just finished physical therapy. Harold leaves. Mary, on a long lunch break from work, sits reading a magazine. Jeff watches too. I read a book. How much more typical can we look? The nurse enters and examines Jeff. Her face curls comically from Jeff's body odor. She playfully says, "Now that you're doing so well and you've had your exercise, how about a shower? We can give you a thorough scrubbing." "That sounds good. Let's go," Jeff says with a big smile. "Whoa, you're speaking so well already," she remarks. "I know," Jeff says, now sounding a little like John Wayne, slow-talking and gravel-voiced. "Isn't it amazing?" "I'll say," she says. "And the hits just keep coming," Mary says mirthfully. "We'll have to wait for an orderly to take you to the shower." "You're too heavy for me," says the nurse. "I'll help," I say. "Then let's go," the nurse says. We help Jeff scoot to the side of the bed. "Do you want to try walking the 2 steps to the wheelchair?" I ask Riley. "Are you crazy?" Jeff says. Tears come to my eyes. "Are you all right?" He asks. "I'm just happy you're healing so fast." "So am I," he says. I move the wheelchair back a few feet and say, "Okay, the nurse and I will get under your arms so you can simulate walking, just to give you the sensation, okay?" The nurse and Mary give me wry looks. "Well, take 2 small steps. All together, well, turn around, take 2 small steps backward and sit you in the chair. Ready?" We move like a slow and clumsy chorus line, but we all feel acceleration. 10 minutes later, I lift and carry Jeff from the wheelchair into the shower stall. I place him on a stool with his left hand at the bar handle on the wall. "Can you hold yourself up?" "No problem," Jeff says. I remove his gown. "Is this like an automatic car wash, or are we gonna get wet?" I ask. "We'll get soaked," the nurse says. "You may have other clothes here, but I don't. Therefore, I'm getting naked. If a healthy naked man bothers you, I can wash him alone. I'll see you later," she says with a salacious grin. She gracefully turns and walks out. "You keep this progress going and you'll be home in no time," I say as I remove my clothes. "I'll do the best I can. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that to rush you. I meant to be encouraging. I appreciate it and all you're doing for me, Dad." He seems to like calling me Dad as much as I like hearing it. I have no illusions about it. With all due respect, Ben has been his father. The next morning, Tuesday, October 7th, Jeff sits in bed nonchalantly eating a bowl of raw ground beef with butter only. I realize I should have put honey in it when all of a sudden his eyes widen and his mouth twists. "This is raw," he says. Mary and I exchange looks and break into laughter. Jeff puts down the bowl. "I can put some honey in it to make it more appealing, but this is raw. You've been eating that for 7 days. It's what has helped you heal so well and quickly. I'm not eating that raw. That's raw meat. I'm no savage. Would you please keep it down? The hospital banned me from bringing raw meat in here," I whisper, still laughing. "I would not force you to eat anything that isn't appealing to you." "I appreciate that." A nurse comes in and I go for the bowl of meat. "I'll clean your bowl," I say and furtively pass it by the nurse. In the anteroom I put the meat back in the jar and inside a sack. I return to Jeff and see the nurse leaning over him. She arranges something I can't see. Jeff strokes her bottom and says, "You're very nice to me, thank you, Jeffrey Marshall." The nurse says, shocked, pushing his hand away. Mary and I exchange looks. "That boy is definitely okay now," Mary says. "Jeff, you don't do things like that." "Why not?" "It feels good," Jeff says innocently. "You don't touch people unless they want you to touch them. All right," Mary says. Jeff looks at the nurse and says, "Can I touch you?" "Absolutely not," she says. "How about a kiss?" He teases. "You know what this means, Jeff." I ask. "What?" "When the nurses have to put up with your sexual harassment, your ass is on the way out of this hospital. Unless you want them to give you a drug to make your sexual organ limp. They'd do that to me." "Without the bat of an eye," says the nurse, "tomorrow or the next day, you'll be sent to Good Samaritan Hospital where they have a terrific physical rehabilitation unit. See?" I say, "Listen, everyone, I'm out of here. I have to get back to work or I might not have a roof over my head next month. You have to go?" Jeff asks. "I've done all I can. Do you want me to stay just to watch the nurses slap your sweet face? I'm leaving you 2 6-pound jars of unheated honey and 4 pounds of unsalted raw butter. Remember, they will help you get well, so eat lots of them. The honey helps you digest, utilize and assimilate nutrients, and the butter will minimize infection, cleans dead cells and other waste, and make what you have strong. Raw meat, if you ever eat it, will help your body replace the cells killed as a result of the accident. Eat them together or with whatever you like. Just don't cook or put them in or on food that's hotter than your touch can take. You got it, kid?" "Yes, sir," he says comically. "Goodbye, Mary," I say and hug her. I may be imagining this, but I think her eyes are tearing up. I turn and go to Jeff. I give him a hug and kiss on the cheek. Call me anytime. Chapter 16. 4.5 months later in Beverly Hills, California. Beatrice and I stand in our cantaloupe and honeydew-colored kitchen. We drink a blend of orange juice we have just squeezed, raw egg and raw cream. I notice it is almost We watch Jeff on the sofa bed in the living room. He is just waking from 15 hours of sleep. He moves as if acutely intoxicated, literally moving in slow motion, wearing only baggy briefs. The right side of his body is retarded, including his face slightly. He straps a small electrical device to his right hand and wrist. It sends mild currents to stimulate the dormant nerves. He attempts to stand. He falls back onto the bed. He does this 6 times. Finally, with tremendous determination and effort, he moves to his feet. He stands wavering in slow motion for 3 minutes. Then he gets somewhat sure-footed. He realizes he can't move with the hand device strapped on. He removes it. He scuffles across the hardwood floor toward the bathroom. He moves as if he were a 100-year-old man in a young-looking body. He disappears into the hall. I expected him to be so much better. The way you described his progress in the hospital, Beatrice says. Me too. The few times we talked on the phone he must have been at his best. He always talked slowly, but I had no idea. Healing has reduced to a crawl if at all. Has been here 5 days and I can't get myself to talk to him about his condition. He has improved a little since has been here, eating the raw custard and raw foods. But I need to talk to him about meat and his medication. I feel like a father who doesn't deserve to be a father. Yet I can't watch him flounder through life like this. I must sound like someone who needs a shrink. Am I being selfish, wanting him to be better? You always care just enough about everybody, but you nag me about my diet a little too much. I know. I'll work on trusting that you can manage your life by yourself. Sometimes I have difficulty watching people hurt themselves. Not that they have to care for themselves the way I do. I just want them to take care of themselves. And it's really none of my business. But I'm going to try with Jeff, anyway. He has to be taking medication for him to sleep this much and move around like a drunk trying to be sober. Here I go. I take a deep and gather courage from within myself. I march to the bathroom. The door is completely open. Jeff stands wavering over the toilet, urinating. Now I know why the toilet and all around are wet so often. I halt and wait for him to finish. He doesn't even realize that I'm only 7 feet away. Now, that's intoxicated. Can we talk? Sure. Here's a blend of orange, raw egg and cream to get some fuel in you. It'll help wake you. I sure sleep a lot, he says with slow speech and a coarse voice. Are you taking medication? Dilantin. For how long? Ever since the accident. Jeff, I know I haven't been there for you, except for a few flashing moments. But I want to help you get well, to be normal again. I want to be normal again. I can help, if you want me to. I want you to help me however you can, or want to. First, I suggest you stop taking medication. The doctors said I would have seizures and it'd have to start all over again, or die. If you will eat lots of raw fat every day for a month, then at least every other day for 6 months more, you will never have to worry about seizures. If you will also eat raw meat at least twice weekly for 1 year, I figure that you'll be completely normal again. It could take less time, but you've been taking Dilantin for 4.5 months. Drugs interfere with healing. They are often just toxic enough to usurp most of the blood nutrients without causing trauma. So no one is conscious enough to realize the harm they do. Very few people respond well, and even fewer don't have side effects from medication. Medication is the great risk. Aajonus, I don't want to have a seizure. Do you think you will ever drive again? If I can. The risk of you getting in a car and having an accident on your way to get a six-pack is astronomical compared to the remote chance that you would have a seizure if you would eat as I've suggested. The doctor really got on Mum's case about making sure I take the Dilantin. He said 1 seizure and it's all over again. You know the saying, get a life. I ask playfully. Jeff smiles. If you get tired of sleeping 14 to 16 hours a day and not having a life, take the chance. If you do it while you're here, I will monitor you. I guarantee that that isn't necessary. But if it will put you at ease, I'm here for you. Let me tell you about a client with a similar circumstance. Barbara was a talented singer who had been diagnosed as incurably manic depressive and schizophrenic. She was suicidal unless medicated. I think she was 27 when I was and I began counseling her. She had been on medication for 9 years and hadn't been able to work in all that time. Her parents supported her. I really didn't get the point of her medication because she was still extremely depressed. Maybe it disoriented her enough to keep her from killing herself. I would have preferred death to a life like that. Jeff, I see you suffering and I ask myself, will you hate me for helping to save your life if you don't get any better than this? Jeff ponders the question. He doesn't comment. Anyway, since Barbara had been on medication for so long, and I suggested she wean herself off it over 3 months. First, she cut her dosage in half for a month, then in half again for another month, and in half again for the final month. By the end of her first year off medication, she had written 500 songs and was recording a few. But I'm different. I have physiological damage. On the correct diet for your body, it can heal. I won't be a nag about it, so I doubt I will mention it more than twice after this. After that, you'll have to ask me, and I'll help you without any "I've told you so." Just ask. I love you, Jeff. I'll think about it. I'll probably do it, but I need to get my head in the right place first. I'll be here a little over 3 more weeks. Will that be enough time? Easily. I'll wait 3 days before I mention it again. Thanks. How many days do you think I have to eat the fats before I can stop taking medication? 3 to 5 days. You are already there. the unsalted raw butter and raw eggs I've been putting in your custard. Chapter 17. In the evening, the soft lighting sprays warm highlights and shadows on the 33 faces before me. I feel this loving mood has been set to help everyone forget about death for the next few hours. Everyone has terminal cancer except Pamela, our host, who is in remission. I can barely see Jeff sitting back in a corner in the shadows where he felt he wanted to be, alone. All eyes are riveted on me while I'm being introduced. I feel comfortable with it. The prospect that I might be helpful is exciting, especially with Jeff here. I look into everyone's eyes. Please, welcome Aajonus, Pamela concludes. I stand and receive their warm applause. You may sit. We like everyone to feel at home, Pamela says as she sits to my left near the stone fireplace. The fire burns low. Her living room is decorated with antique furniture and knickknacks. I'd prefer standing for a while, thank you. First, I would like to introduce you to my son, Jeff. We've been separated for most of his life. Please stand, Jeff. He stands somewhat uncomfortably. Jeff is recovering from a near-fatal accident. What I mean by that is, 4 doctors said it was impossible for him to live because of the brain damage he suffered. But here he stands due to good nutrition. So there is more hope for health than doctors know about. Thank you, Jeff. Sorry for embarrassing you. It's okay. It seems like it could be helpful, he says and sits. The room is so quiet I can hear people breathing and the gas hissing as it passes through the pipe before it burns in the fireplace. When I was dying of cancer 17 years ago, actually, I was dying from medical treatments for cancer. I met a man who drank the juice from carrots. Can you imagine? Almost everyone laughs or chuckles. He told me about a woman who'd cured herself of cancer with carrot juice. She had written a book about it. I scoffed at the idea. I mean, anyone who could drink carrot juice, I thought, couldn't have everything in her head in place. There are more laughs. I hated cooked carrots, and had never eaten one raw. Eventually, he got me to taste the carrot juice. It was delicious. Something clicked in my head with that sip. Instantly, I linked health and diet together. Within weeks I went to a health food store and purchased 8 books that had some reference to cancer and diet. I didn't get this as hoopla. Carrot juice. If it were that easy, these people wouldn't be here. A skeptical voice from the far side says, Gabe, you agreed to keep an open mind. Do you have any answers? No, you don't. If you want to leave, leave. But don't start, says the woman next to him. What's your name? I ask. It's Mrs. This is my husband, cynical Gabe here. I'm Sarah. If you want to deck him, it's perfectly okay with me. I'm just kidding, Gabe. You have a right to be cynical. We've all been conditioned to depend on doctors for our health. They've failed us. As I said, the carrot juice incident got me to link diet and health together. I didn't cure myself with carrot juice alone. I don't know how many people here can heal themselves with the diet logic I've devised, but it has been my experience that it works for everyone who does it, for as long as he or she stays with it. The tension dissolves. A hand from the darkest shadow next to Jeff rises and I call on her or him. My name's Jill. A teenage girl's wounded voice says, Hi, Jill. She leans forward and I see her face. The tension is extreme around her eyes. I recognize that below her baseball cap she is bald from chemotherapy, which has also made her puffy and pallid with large dark circles around her sunken red eyes. I also see traces of radiation burn. Seeing her brings back my image after I had had devastating radiation and chemotherapies. I'd like to know why I got cancer so young. Do you know why you got cancer so young? She asks. I avoid remembering, but don't you think burying it causes cancer? I mean, some people say it does. Sarah asks very sensitively. Not necessarily. My experience has been that stress usurps massive amounts of nutrients. As long as we eat enough live raw nutrients, stress will not weaken our bodies. Your stress must not have been as great as mine, then, Jill says. That may be true, but does that negate what I just said? Why don't you want to get it out? Doesn't it eat at you? Demands an elderly woman to my right. She has black circles in her sunken eyes and is bun-thin. She wears heavy makeup and an elegant scarf covering her baldness. Again, I recognize the effects of chemotherapy. The sight of her brings me to tears. Talking about it won't change my past. I've made peace with it and I move on from here. When I was young I was always sick. Now I'm healthy. What more is there? I ask. I think if you'd let it out you'd be even healthier, says a man confrontationally. I see the fresh burns on his neck and face from radiation therapy. I cringe. I remember how sore and tender my flesh was after radiation treatments. I would agree, if I were bitter about my past. But I'm not a victim anymore. The past was, my present is mainly what I make it. I say, if you made your peace with it, it shouldn't bother you to face it. Gabe mocks me. I notice Jeff and Pamela getting angry for me. I'm sorry, this isn't going well, Aajonus. What's the matter with all of you? He's come to give us what he has to offer. Please, Pamela says anguished. How can he look so healthy and have had blood and bone cancer? I want to hear the whole story, Jill, the teenage girl, demands. Pamela rises and stands in front of the fireplace. Aajonus is going to leave if it's okay. I'll give you some highlights as I remember them. I was born in a pile of shit and wherever I went, if there was another pile within 50 miles, my feet found it. Everyone laughs except Gabe. By the way, Jill, where did you get all that information about me? You seem to know more about me than I do. One of your clients told me, Jill says. I pause. I take a deep breath, bracing myself. I feel like I need to hold a flashcard that says, some people may be too sensitive to hear the following story. It contains vivid and explicit details. Everyone laughs, even Gabe. I sit on the couch to cushion myself. I have never told anyone the stories that led to me getting cancer. Should I be doing this? I just told Jeff today I didn't want to talk about my past, and here I go. I was the third born of 4 boys. That was at least two too many for Mum and Dad. They were always too busy with basics to give us the necessary emotional and psychological attention. They mostly gave orders, criticisms and punishments. Usually, they argued. We got the typical white bread upbringing with a heavy measure of brutal discipline baked in. My trauma began in Denver, Colorado. Mom and I had just come home from the hospital several days after my birth. I was lying in my crib looking upward at the mobile that dangled above me. I wasn't fond of the wooden mobile because it was painted stark primary colors, so I chewed on my hand. That ugly mobile gave me cancer. Everyone laughs. My brother Doug watched me from outside the bars of my crib. I couldn't see his nose because he was barely tall enough to see over my mattress. He was standing on something. His furrowed brow leaned against the bars and his dark eyes stared at me vengefully. Nausea overwhelmed me. He reached through the bars and pinched my thigh slowly until I screamed and cried. The pain was excruciating. Then he reached for my hair and yanked. He ran to the doorway with a waddle. His diaper was falling a little. He watched for Mum to come while I screamed. She didn't. He came back and pinched my arm until I screamed bloody murder. He ran back to the door. I take a deep breath. I feel a lump forming in my throat, but I continue. Sometimes he did this for 10 or 15 minutes. Finally, Mum decided that something was wrong. She investigated, but she never caught on. Still, I was always happy to see her. I guess she assumed the red spots and bruises came from me banding around in the crib. My God, was your mother a zombie? Couldn't she tell what was going on? An attractive matronly woman sitting on the floor in front of me asks. A tear runs down her cheek. Her tear makes me sad. Dell, who was 18 months older, would pretend to like me. But when Mom left the room, or sometimes just turned her back, he hurt me. I don't think Mom could have imagined that one of her babies was so angry. She may have been in denial. I don't know. I tried to alert her. I believe everyone comes into this world telepathic. I'm no different than anyone else. I knew when Doug was on the brink of hurting me. A couple of times I screamed to signal Mom when he approached. Doug leaned forward. He stared intensely into my eyes and I heard, "If you ever let her know, you'll really suffer." But his lips didn't move. Mom didn't hear. Someone gasps. I noticed Jeff looking distressed. At that moment I realized I was living a nightmare. Doug was still telepathic enough to know some of my thoughts. He knew just when to threaten me. Someone else gasps. But Mom and Dad were deaf and dumb to my way of communicating. I wasn't able to learn language. That's horrifying. How could you have been so aware at that age? The woman in front of me asks with tears streaming down her face. You actually remember all of that at only a few days old? Gabe asks annoyed, a challenge more than a question. I hear someone blowing and sniffling. I guess I remember because of trauma. Hasn't everyone heard enough? You want my guts too? I ask humorously. Would like to know the gravity of it. Gabe challenges again. I remember the first time I fought back. It was the Easter Sunday before my second birthday. Doug was 3.5 years old. Mom, my two brothers, Don and Dow, and I were in our church clothes standing on the sidewalk outside our home in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. I watched the clouds my breath made in the frosty air while Dad took moving pictures of us. Doug jogged a knuckle in the soft of my spine without anyone seeing. I itched. Adrenaline rushed into my blood. It seemed to race through my spine and into my nervous system. I lost control. I turned on Doug. I hit and frightened him. He was afraid that Mom and Dad would realize he caused me to do it, so he froze up. I pounded on him. Stop that. Mom yelled at me. Doug learned he could get me into trouble. Every time he furtively hurt me and I defended myself, Mom and Dad spanked me. I looked like a mad child. He looked like an angel, but he began hurting me less. I came to believe that I couldn't trust anyone, not even my parents. I kept to myself as much as possible for the next 2.5 years. I didn't care to talk to anyone unless I was forced to with an answer me, or I'll wallop you, from Mom, Dad or Doug. The day my semi-victories with Doug ended was the day my father betrayed me. Doug had begun kindergarten. I wanted to go too. I followed him to school. He got enraged and started pushing me. I beat him up. A paper boy stopped the fight. He took me home and told my parents. Dad said to Dow, "He's smaller than you. Don't let him get away with that. Look, hold your hands like this. Clench your fists like this. Keep your hands up like this, so you can block his fists when he tries to hit you. Like this, see? Then punch him back, like this. He'll stop hitting you." I hear a gasp among a few sniffles and groans. Didn't you learn to fight the same way? Jeff asks hopefully. Doug was stocky, a full head taller than I with much longer arms. I had a squat build. There was only one thing Doug feared from me after that. If I could talk, I could prosecute him before my parents. He made sure I was too afraid to talk. This caused me to be borderline autistic and severely dyslexic. Schools worsened my problems. Mom is Catholic and put us in Catholic schools. The nuns in my first and second grades ridiculed me and smacked me with rulers because I couldn't read a word. I thought the whole world was full of raving maniacs. They solved their problems, or so they thought, with intimidation and violence. At age 7, I decided that I would make Doug my friend, but his animosity was immense. He continued to hurt me. The constant stress and abuse drained and weakened me. I got sick more often as the years passed. Excuse me. I have to catch my breath. I feel as if I'm going to cry. Crying in private was the only release from my childhood traumas. Crying felt so good that I still cry, or at least tear up, from pain, joy, tenderness, and just about anything that touches me deeply. 3 women come and hug me. I start to weep. We weep together. Another woman and Jill join in the hug. Weeping. Jeff joins us, then everyone but Gabe joins in. I begin to laugh. Then I break down crying. I feel like a water pipe with no valve to turn me off. Would somebody please turn me off? I joke. Everyone laughs. Okay, I sniffle. Let's try to get through this in one piece. Let's see. So, my being compassionate and understanding with Doug rarely helped our relationship. He accused me of trying to be a saint. He said I was really the devil. He called attention to my anger. I felt my anger. It felt destructive. I began to believe that I was evil. At age 8, I stopped trying to be his friend. I became brazen enough to try to communicate with Mum and Dad that he was hurting me. They repeatedly told me, "You must have done something to make him hurt you." I wanted to sass back. Yes, I was born. I hadn't learned the sound patterns to express my concepts. Then at age 10, a light of inspiration struck. I took on Doug's criminal attitude. I immersed myself in his emotions the way an actor does. I became the frustration, the anger, the hostility. I was a better thief than he was. He shared in the loot. I fought and beat other kids. He enjoyed it. Sometimes I flipped. I waved a knife at him, or my Knights of Columbus sword, or a big gun. At those moments he was frightened of me. As a result, I spent 10 minutes, a day, a week, or 3 weeks without being harmed. But I had exchanged one set of terrors for another. I could get caught. When Dad caught us, he went wild on us with either belts, wooden clothes hangers, wiffle ball bat, Nineveh and golf club, or wooden toques for paddle. He forced Doug to make the paddle. I had to sand and finish it. Child abuse was called discipline in those days, because fighting and sharing the loot were social activities. I began to play with other kids. I was attracted to nerds because they were rarely verbally violent, and never physically, but I still couldn't communicate well because I couldn't articulate my thoughts. I had difficulty forming sentences. The nerds thought I was an imbecile. I chose to play with girls who were smart and compassionate. Jill weeps by herself. I hold her while I continue. Jeff smiles supportively. Mom realized I needed help. She hired a reading tutor for me when I was in 5th grade. Kitty was a cum laude college student. I was delighted, but Kitty didn't have the understanding or patience for my problem. She laughed uncontrollably at some of my pronunciations. I was humiliated because I admired her and thought she was beautiful. Gabe laughs. Everyone rebukes him. I think Gabe laughed because he identified with me. I say, "You're too kind to him," the white-haired woman says in a witty tone. "Sorry, Gabe." I guess cynicism breeds cynicism. Mom fired Kitty after the first session. A year later, my parents shut Doug and me in the same room every Saturday. They gave each of us a book and a dictionary. What use a dictionary is to someone who can't read? I'll never know. I don't know if Doug had my problem or just hated reading. I was losing my telepathy. I was afraid of knowing Doug's thoughts. He knocked the wind from me when I did. Several times I fell unconscious thinking I wouldn't awaken. That would have been okay with me if a place called hell hadn't existed for me then. We couldn't leave the room until we had each read at least 4 chapters. I was resourceful enough to hoodwink Mom and Dad. I chose books they would never read, from the Tarzan series. I had seen the Tarzan movies at Saturday matinees. I had learned enough sound bites to tell a little of the story by deduction and imagination. It worked and I was released from confinement after 6 Saturdays. Didn't Doug ever change? To make a long story short, Gabe jests. "You are so rude." A voice spews. I thought we had outgrown our childhood irritations. but at a family reunion only 9 years ago, when Jeff was 13, Doug mashed watermelon in Jeff's face. Jeff couldn't breathe. Because Doug had always been a good father to his children, I realized it was an extension of his hostility for me. Doug seems to be a likable man to everybody else. To maintain compassion and equilibrium, I think of him as a dark angel who helped me face fear and disease head-on, and to reverse and heal them. I cheated throughout my schooling. I was always terrified of getting caught, but I didn't know any other way. There was no help to ask for as far as I knew. I had been led to believe that my inferior mind couldn't be fixed. Jeff stirs restlessly. He looks hungry and tense. I decide to finish and take Jeff home. Then I married at 16 and had Jeff at 17. I was divorced at 19. So, a lifetime of toxic medical drugs, pollution in everything, especially diet, and daily traumas made me weak enough to quickly develop cancer from medication, surgery and radiation treatments. I was on my deathbed when I began to read well at age 22. I literally woke one morning several weeks after my initiation into carrot juice and diets and I could read. I know it was my change of diet and not coincidence. It was as if my brain ran on high octane and my new diet supplied it. Then I began reversing all the deficiencies that my lifetime of severe stress and poor diet caused. Jeff and I have to leave. I will return in a couple of weeks, if you'd like. At that time I will answer specific questions about diet. You really have to go already? Gabe asks sadly. Everyone is upset that I am leaving except Jeff and me. We are exhausted, but no one else presses us to stay. I am relieved that they don't and touched that Gabe did. I look at Jill and say, very few bone marrow transplants are successful without side effects. About 2%. Plus it is frightfully expensive. If you will stop radiation and chemotherapy, and eat fresh, unfrozen, raw bone marrow with organic raw beef, your chances of remission and recovery from leukemia are as high as 96%. How did you know I was going to have a marrow transplant? The medical profession only has 3 ways of treating bone cancer. I can see by the side effects that you already have had 2 of them. Can my mother call you? Sure. Here's my card. Take care. She gives me a hug. Thanks for coming. I feel better. Bye, Jill says. Good night, everybody. I say, good night, and thank you, Jeff says, and we leave. Still drugged, Jeff moves slowly and almost stumbles over his own feet. I start to help him, but I stop myself. He might feel embarrassed in front of everyone if I treat him as if he can't walk. Chapter 18. 3 days later. I stand in the kitchen hand juicing oranges. I notice Jeff in bed staring. He sits up. What are you doing awake at 9 o'clock in the morning? I ask. Just woke up. Beatrice is in the bathroom. She'll be out by the time you get there. He moves at almost normal speed to the side of the sofa bed and stands. He wavers, as if dizzy. He sits back down. Here. I hand him a large glass of a mixture of orange juice and certified raw cream. Most people have extremely low blood sugar in the mornings. That's why it's so difficult to awake and do anything. Stand up too fast with too low blood sugar and you'll get dizzy. Even black out. I can hardly believe that you are so much more focused and moving this fast. You've only been eating steak for 3 days. It's also that I haven't taken my medication in 4 days since the day before we talked about it 3 days ago. You haven't. I'm a little scared. Well, you've had 5 months of fear conditioning. Don't worry, with each day the fear will shrink and finally disappear. I trust you. Thank you. Neither of us will regret it, I say with my eyes filling. How can you be so sure? 17 years experience. I've taken greater risks, and I didn't know as much as I do now, but good instincts and intuition and common sense got my clients and me through successfully. Do you always eat the same things day after day? I go with my cravings and desires for food. Sometimes I'm into lots of raw bland fruit, like cucumbers, tomatoes, summer squash, corn on the cob, zucchini and fresh peas, and a few vegetables like lettuce, alfalfa sprouts, parsley and young spinach with a few ounces of carrot juice. I mostly eat head lettuce because that's the kind my body has a taste for. I know people say that it isn't nutritious. They determine that by the specifics that researchers look for. They don't research unbiasedly. I trust my body. I am doing excellently for someone who has been through a lot. Trusting my body, what it wants and eating those foods raw, has been advantageous for me. But although my body mainly craves fruit, I try to limit fruit and eat plenty of fat and meat. The day of my accident, Stacy and I broke up. I was really upset and jealous. I drank half a fifth of 101 proof wild turkey. If I hadn't have drunk that liquor, I would never have been thinking like that. But I get crazy once in a while. Are you asking for suggestions? Do you have any? Probably more than you want to hear. Jeff laughs. I recommend that you never use salt. It irritates nerves and destroys cells. When you feel anger or rage, do not eat cooked meat and, frequently, eat small amounts of cooked starch with tons of raw fat. That recipe takes approximately 40 minutes after eating to take effect, so you would be wise to exert extreme self-control and do some physical activity until it does. In general, eating antibiotic-free and hormone-free fertile raw eggs, raw meat, raw cream and no salt-added raw cheeses soothe and calm the body. I talked to Jeff about nutrition for a while longer. I don't expect you to remember much at first, so ask me to repeat anything. I'll write you a book someday. I pause a moment. Then I say, your conscious or unconscious decision to drive into the trees rather than kill your friends was loving in a broad sense. I believe that your mother's, Ben's, Stacy's and Ralph's hurts will all heal. You are alive, whole, still healing and not in jail. I'm glad you are here. Jeff smiles and his eyes tear up. I haven't asked you about the details of your accident, not because I don't care, but because I don't want you to distort what really happened by telling abbreviated versions. Everything in your life led up to that event. It is my belief that if you can see and remember it clearly and honestly, you will make choices that will prevent that from happening again. I mean, unless you enjoy having near-death experiences. Yeah, I don't think it's good to talk about it. You think it'll be all right. Like I said, isn't your future made by your everyday choices? You have a good mind, strong will, and you know how to take care of yourself. If you lack anything, wouldn't it be better to trust yourself to handle problems without drugs and self-destructive behavior? I can make my life good. Great. Chapter 19. 9 days later. It is Easter. I am dressed in my painting clothes. I go into the kitchen and pack my food in the cooler. I hear Jeff moving on the sofa bed. You going on a picnic at this hour? Jeff calls to me. I'm off to paint a house. If you feel like working, I could use your help. Could you use $10 an hour? Sounds good to me. But I don't know if I can do any good. What are you talking about? You have full use of your brain and both hands now. I'd really like to. It'll take me a few minutes to get ready. Beatrice is going to work with us. Come with her. I'll meet you there. Awesome. I never thought it'd work again. Or at least for a long time. All right. 2 days later, wearing a dust mask, Jeff sands an area on the north wall that I patched. I watch him. I see how quickly he is regaining his more subtle motor responses. I amble over to him and we talk through our dust masks. Jeff, you are doing great. But may I show you how to sand so you won't make ridges? Sure. The hardness of the patching compound and the wall are usually different. I filled the cracks several times, leaving only the slightest film higher than the surface of the wall. Then I sand lightly in circles. Looks easy enough. Thanks. I'm stopping for lunch. You can have lunch whenever you get hungry. I'm starving now. Me too, Beatrice says. Then let's all do lunch, I say. We clean our hands and saunter to the porch with the cooler. I remove a jar of ground beef, butter and honey. Would you like some? No, I feel like eating some fruit right now, Jeff says. Help yourself, Beatrice says. Thanks, Dad. Did you smash your thumb with a hammer? No. It pusses like this every so often, I say as I look down at my thumb. At the side of my nail is an inflamed and blackened area with pus. Where it is blackened, a hole has been eaten through the nail. Is it painful? What is it? Jeff asks. An infection that is very painful at times. When it first happened, it lasted for 7 weeks. Then it disappeared for 3 months. This makes the 7th time it has reoccurred. The blackness and eating away of my fingernail and skin usually indicates molds. After the 4th time it happened, I had a lab test the pus for molds. The results came back positive for penicillin. I hadn't had penicillin in 15 years. Whoa, Jeff says. 15 years and it's still in your body. Beatrice says, if it can eat a hole through my nail, imagine what it has done to the inside of my body. Of course, the air may have rendered it more volatile than it was inside my body. I'll never take antibiotics again. Beatrice says, Dad, how did you get into raw meat? That's a jump in subject. I pause trying to remember. I recall 13 years ago. I had already stabilized my cancers and mitigated many of my other problems, but I wasn't satisfied. I had had a taste of good health and I wanted more. Everything I read was contradictory, so I decided that I had to enter the world to learn the truths about optimal health. I hadn't realized at that point that it was a matter of difference. Everyone's body is different. Every body reacts to food differently. Because specific foods and amounts are proper for someone, doesn't mean that those foods and amounts would be proper for others, and vice versa. That is no contradiction. Anyway, I traveled North America on my bicycle and lived off the land for almost 3 years. I occasionally lived with Native American tribes for a month at a time. A very wise native suggested that I eat raw meat. I rejected the advice because I was a die-hard evangelistic vegetarian. The experience that changed me was unusual. After 2.5 years traveling on my bicycle, I became discouraged. I had gotten too thin and was weakening more every day. I thought you said you were always overweight. Beatrice asks. I was overweight when I ate cooked foods. I got slender when I switched to all raw but meatless diets. And then, when I bicycled and lived outdoors, the stress was so great that I deteriorated. I regularly ate as much as 3 pounds of nuts daily, 6 avocados, enormous amounts of fruit, and every day I awakened a bit thinner than the previous morning. But I didn't want to return to civilization with its pollution and its survival of the fittest attitude. I had seen in the world that only malnourished animals lived by that rule. Otherwise, life outdoors was peaceful. I loved living outdoors, but, physically, it was too stressful on a raw meatless diet. Rather than go back to civilization, I decided to fast myself to death. First, I dug in and built a 10-foot stone house in what I was told was an ancient Indian burial ground. It was in the foothills of a mountain range 20 miles northwest of Salton Sea, here in California. Because the house was sunken, the roof was only 4.5 feet above the ground. At night, I jumped onto the flat wood roof with my sleeping bag. I loved falling asleep while watching the stars. A coyote woke me one night around midnight. She made sounds like a laughing crazy person. She stood 50 feet away. I could see her because I had night vision. Night vision is something I had developed while living outdoors. After several consecutive nights, I realized she had a purpose in waking me. But what it was I didn't know. Another night I sensed a coyote passing in the wash 20 feet behind me. I turned and saw him. I wondered why the laughing one woke me when they could have easily passed me while I slept. This game went on every night for 2 weeks. Each night I sensed another coyote, without using my eyes or ears. I think that was what they had intended for me, to strengthen my sixth sense. Then I turned in the direction where I felt he or she was, and there was another coyote. Within 2 weeks I had sensed each one as he or she passed through the narrow canyon by me. There were 11 in the pack. One unusually warm night it rained lightly. I slept on the ground inside the house. My sleeping bag was unzipped and I had one leg sticking out. I was awakened by a cold nose rubbing the side of my bare leg. It was a coyote. I wasn't alarmed. The coyote dashed away and up the steep grade of the entrance. He stood looking down at me. He looked straight into my eyes. He motioned his head as if he were indicating that I should follow. I thought I must be crazy, but he did it again. I trailed behind him to the pack. They all nodded at me. I returned the gesture. They licked, butted and played as they started off into the desert. I followed behind. I was weak from fasting. They waited for me to catch up. We had gone about a half-mile when they caught a whiff of something upwind. The group quietly separated and made a half-circle about 200 yards wide. The one that stayed with me looked me in the eyes. He motioned his head for me to follow. I did. We crept about 300 yards upwind. Then he spit off to the side, zigzagging downwind. He laughed like a crazy person. I heard the others start to howl and laugh from afar. They were approaching like an ever-shrinking half-circle toward the lone coyote. He was making his way toward them. I ran to see what was happening. A jackrabbit was caught in the half-circle. It zigzagged and leaped around, but it was trapped by the encroaching chorus of coyotes. The rabbit stopped, paralyzed. I thought I saw an apparition leave the rabbit. It seemed to no longer have a consciousness. A female coyote took the stiff rabbit and broke its neck. It dangled from her teeth. Another coyote bit into the skin between the rabbit's front legs and ripped open its entire torso. She brought the rabbit to me. She dropped it on my bare feet. The rabbit was hot and bleeding. I felt sick. All 11 of them stood staring at me. I kept getting this thought. It's what you need, take and eat it. They seemed to be sending me that thought. I flashed back to my childhood. I remembered the way my brother Doug sent me his thoughts. This was the same, but this thought had a gentle feeling about it. The coyotes were communicating with me. I looked down at the rabbit. It was warm and moist as if it were alive. I looked at the coyotes and said, I don't know, guys. I haven't eaten meat in 6 years. Then the idea came to me that these coyotes were here to help me quickly end my life. A fast could take months, another oxymoron, I thought. I picked it up. I took a bite. I forced myself to swallow. It came right back up. The coyotes looked at each other as if it were a joke. I sat down for 5 minutes and psyched myself into eating it. After 5 bites, it tasted delicious. Chapter 20. 5 days later, Beatrice's friend, Wilma, and Jeff sit in the back seat. Beatrice sits shotgun. I drive us into Mar Vista Bowl's parking lot. I'm warning everybody right now, I haven't bowled but once in 20 years. I have never been very good at it, but I loved it, I say. Wilma and I aren't good bowlers either. We just enjoy it, Beatrice says. Before the accident, I was very good. I was in a league. But I don't know if my hand will be able to control the ball. That makes us all about even, doesn't it? So, the worst bowler wins. Hey, Jeff, your mother and I met at Brentwood Bowl. I didn't know that. No, I guess she wouldn't have talked about us. We exit the car and walk to the building. Your accident changed you into John Wayne, I swear. You walk and talk real slow like, I say, mimicking him. Wish I made his kinda money, Pilgrim, Jeff says. Jeff wipes his hands and passes them over the blower. He lifts his bowling ball and moves into position. He inserts his right hand fingers into the ball. He hesitates and flexes his right wrist. He brings the ball into position. He makes his approach, slides and brings the ball forward. He drops it. It bounces hard down the lane and into the gutter. Jeff looks frustrated and disheartened. You expected a strike on your first bowl? I ask. Crazy, Hugh. He steps back and waits for the ball to return. Dad, I think that health has a lot to do with your state of mind. If you think about good health, you make it happen. To what extent? Whatever. If you are saying that, because I desired good health and focused on it, found the means to achieve it and acted on it with successful results, I'll buy that as a general statement. But if you are saying that I didn't have to do anything other than think about, desire and pray for good health to find myself miraculously healthy one day, you're talking mind over matter, and I don't buy it. I mean, you can take your body for granted like any male chauvinist dominates a woman. The body will respond, but there will always be dire emotional, psychological and physical side effects. That's what I believe, Jeff says. Let's do one of those man things. You know, challenge each other without the kill-to-win attitude. I say playfully. Watch out, Wilma, the boys are getting started, Beatrice says wryly. Who goes first? I ask. You. They all say. All right. Jeff, tell me, why were you taking that medication that was interfering with your healing if all you had to do was believe you wouldn't have seizures? And why, once you started eating the raw diet and stopped taking the Dilantin, did you begin healing after nearly 4.5 months of limbo? Your state of mind was that you were afraid you would have a seizure. Why didn't you have a seizure? Don't answer yet. Instead, you are able to work and even bowl. Jeff passes his hand over the blower as his ball returns. Jeff, I would love for what you believe to be true. I would have preferred an easier way to health. Lord knows I tried. And I'm not saying that because I couldn't do it. It can't be done. I'm just asking you to help me see it. It takes a certain kind of faith, Jeff says as he lifts his ball and moves into position. I've seen some of the greatest skiers of our time. Every one of them had health problems. Why is that so, when they lived very cushy, protected lives? They purported to heal people, yet they couldn't heal themselves. Why was that? I couldn't begin to tell you, Jeff says, looking back at me. I lived in a yoga ashram for 2 months, once. One of the most disciplined young men I had ever met, Sadashiva, was in charge of the Los Angeles community for Sri Vishnudevananda. He had been celibate all of his young life. He had witnessed Vishnudevananda levitate, that is, float up and remain suspended or bounce in mid-air. But what good was that talent when Vishnudevananda couldn't come into agreement with his body? He witnessed Devananda's cravings for pizza, canned pineapple, salt and ice cream. Every time Devananda ate any of them, he got either immobilizing stomach aches, flatulence or head aches. He ignored that Devananda's mind over matter concept, taught to him as spiritual fact, was not working there. Anyway, Sadashiva was completely sold on mind over matter. I was explaining to him that diet could alter a person's state of mind as easily as a person's mind could alter the physical being. He said that that was completely opposed to everything he had studied in metaphysics, short of poison. I decided to prove it to him, and myself, without telling him. I was the dietitian at the vegetarian ashram of which Sadashiva was in charge. I was responsible for selecting and buying food for the entire community. I chose a food combination that acts as an aphrodisiac. I intended to turn the ashram upside down by stimulating everyone's sexual desires. Sexual pleasure was the absolute no-no there, except at dinner. Most people ate on the fly, grabbing whatever fruit was available. I had observed that most raw food fruitarians and vegetarians were often hungry. Only a handful assimilate enough protein to satisfy their body's needs. At the ashram we were no different. If delicious food were available, we ate often. I bought cases of oranges and avocados. Everyone ate the combination on the fly several times a day. Within 5 days, Sadashiva and the other Hatha Yoga instructors, excluding me, began talking about the anatomy of their female students. As the days went on, they became randy. Some started to touch the students, and not in lewd ways but unconsciously sensual. I stopped feeding them oranges and avocados. Within 5 days everyone was back to normal. I told my friend Monica about the experiment. Monica and I had been lovers, but by this time our relationship hadn't been sexual for about a year. She didn't know whether to believe me or not. It seemed so far-fetched. We decided to repeat the experiment and she would be witness. I supplied the kitchen with avocados and oranges again. Within 5 days they started talking about anatomy. Within 8 days, the touching began. I mentioned to everyone that they were getting awfully randy without mentioning the food and shouldn't they be careful. They said I had a few screws loose, that they were just playing around, and nothing was going to make them lose control. Although I wanted to prove to them that their mind-over-matter concept was flimsy in reality, my conscience persuaded me to stop. I bought pears and apples for them to eat with the avocados instead. Everyone settled. Monica and I debated about the results. Among other things, she said it could have been the full moon that stimulated everyone. I agreed that that was a probability. I let a week go by. I supplied avocados and oranges again. By the 4th day, the conversation was wild. Touching began. I considered ending the experiment. Monica agreed that things were getting heated, but she argued against my belief that food would drive these ascetics from celibacy. They continued eating avocados and oranges. On the 6th day, one of the instructors shared passion with the woman he had admired. On the 7th night, Sadashiva called on Monica. She thought Sadashiva was gorgeous and had mentioned her desire for him. They shared intimacy through most of the night. So much for mind over matter, or should I say, life in chaos. It'll take mind and matter in cooperation, life in balance. Avocados and oranges. I'll have to remember that, Jeff says. Me too, Wilma says. I don't know if it works on people who are not raw fooders or vegetarians. Since then, I discovered that watermelon and avocados together stimulate me more. Add raw fish, especially raw oysters, to that and I don't have to wait a day or two for it to work. But the body acclimates to almost anything, so I found that an aphrodisiac works for only so long. This conversation is making me lose concentration, Beatrice says, laughing. Me too, Jeff says as he takes his bowling stance again. God, wasn't everybody fat from eating all those avocados? Beatrice asks. Because the fats were raw, their bodies utilized the fat perfectly. Beatrice, for you, I recommend 3 avocados a day with oranges and raw oysters. Awesome. Sizzling, Jeff remarks. Get some cold water for this boy, now. Wilma says about me. Everybody laughs. Beatrice gives me a twisted smile. Are you guys gonna let me bowl or what? Jeff says. Everybody laughs. Jeff starts his approach, hastens his step, slides and sends the ball spinning. It takes all of the pins down for a spare. All right. We all say, hey, hey. Beatrice says, nothing like ending the first frame with a bang. In conclusion, Jeff called me after he had seen Dr. Bracely. He asked Dr. Bracely if he could stop taking Dilantin. The doctor became alarmed and warned Jeff of possible seizures. Jeff told him that he hadn't taken the medication in 3 months. Duh. Bracely stammered. Then he said, if you haven't had a seizure by now, you don't need to take it. And Jeff stopped pretending to his mother that he was taking the medication. Jeff went on to study electronics and computer technology, and graduated. 10 years later, Jeff is still normal and has not had a seizure or any complication as a result of that accident. Awanza is completely healed from her cancers, and as she insists that I mention she has healed her sagging arms and bottom. Jill, the teenage girl, reversed her leukemia within a year on this primal diet. She is married with a successful career in education. However, she hides the fact that she eats raw meat because of the narrow-mindedness within the academic community. And, finally, my patience and tenacity were rewarded with complete recovery from the mushroom poisoning. It took my body 11 years to recover to vibrant health.